Today, I've prepared the biography of Vladimir Lenin. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your warm bed, let your muscles relax and your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll gently explore the life of Vladimir Lenin, a complex historical figure who shaped the 20th century. His story will unfold like a distant dream as you drift toward peaceful slumber. The soft rhythm of my voice will carry you through the chapters of his life, from his early days in Russia to his revolutionary ideas. There's no need to remember every detail. Just let the story wash over you like gentle waves on a shore. Feel your eyelids growing heavier with each word as we begin our journey through time in the quiet countryside of Russia. As the gentle snow fell upon the rolling plains in the latter part of the 19th century, a child was born who would one day reshape the course of human history. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who would later adopt the revolutionary name Lenin, entered this world on April 22, 1870, in the peaceful riverside town of Simbirsk, now known as Ulyanovsk. Along the flowing waters of the Volga River, the Ulyanov household was a warm and nurturing place, filled with books and intellectual curiosity. Vladimir's father, Ilya Nikolaevich Ulyanov, was a dedicated educator who had risen from humble origins to become the director of public schools in the Simbirsk province. A gentle and patient man, Ilya believed deeply in the transformative power of education, spending his days ensuring that knowledge would reach children from all backgrounds. In the evenings, he would return home, his footsteps soft on the wooden floors of their comfortable home, to spend time with his beloved family. Maria Alexandrovna, Vladimir's mother, was a cultured woman with a calm demeanor and a love for music. She had been well educated, unusual for women of her time, and spoke several languages fluently. Her melodious voice would often fill their home as she read stories to her children or played the piano in the corner of their sitting room, the notes drifting through the house like delicate butterflies on a summer breeze. She instilled in her children a love for literature, arts, and languages, creating a household where ideas flowed as freely as the tea from the family's silver samovar. The Ulyanov family was blessed with 6 children who survived into adulthood, with Vladimir being the 3rd child. The home was always alive with the gentle sounds of childhood, soft footsteps on carpeted floors, the rustling of book pages being turned, whispered conversations, and occasional laughter that would rise and fall like the wind through summer leaves. The siblings formed a close-knit circle, supporting one another through the changing seasons of their lives. Young Vladimir, with his thoughtful eyes and curious mind, was a studious child from his earliest days. His childhood unfolded in the rhythm of provincial Russian life, where the seasons dictated the flow of activities and traditions. In winter, the world outside their windows would transform into a wonderland of pristine white, the snow creating a blanket of hushed tranquility over the town. The Ulianov children would gather around the warm stove, listening to stories or engaging in quiet games, while frost patterns formed delicate designs on the window panes. Spring would bring renewal to Simbirsk, with the Volga River breaking free from its icy constraints, flowing once more with renewed vigor. The family would take leisurely walks along the riverbank, observing the first green shoots emerging from the soil, promising new beginnings. Vladimir would often pause during these walks, his young mind already contemplating the natural world and its many wonders. The summer months brought longer days filled with golden sunshine that filtered through the leaves of the tall trees surrounding their home. The Ulyanov children would spend hours in their garden, where Maria tended to her beloved flowers with gentle care. Vladimir developed a particular fondness for chess during these languid summer days, learning the game's patient strategies that would later influence his approach to political theory and revolutionary tactics. As autumn painted the landscape in warm hues of amber and russet, the family would prepare for the coming school year, gathering books and supplies with anticipation. Education was paramount in the Ulyanov household, a value instilled deeply by both parents, who believed that knowledge was the pathway to a better world. Vladimir's formal education began at the Simbirsk Classical Gymnasia, where he quickly distinguished himself as an exceptional student. The school building, with its long corridors and high ceilings, became a second home to the young boy, who absorbed knowledge like the dry earth soaks up gentle rain. His teachers noted his remarkable memory and analytical abilities, qualities that would serve him well throughout his life's journey. The rhythm of school days provided structure to Vladimir's childhood. The soft sound of chalk on blackboards, the rustle of turning pages, the quiet concentration of students bent over their work. He excelled particularly in Latin and Greek, developing a fondness for classical literature that would remain with him even as his political ideas evolved in dramatically different directions from those ancient philosophers. In the evenings, the family would gather in their cozy sitting room, the soft glow of oil lamps creating pools of golden light. Ilya would often engage his children in discussions about their studies, encouraging them to think deeply and question conventional wisdom. These gentle conversations, flowing like a meandering stream, helped shape Vladimir's intellectual development and his ability to examine ideas from multiple perspectives. The Ulyanov family lived in relative comfort, belonging to the nobility by virtue of Ilya's rank in the civil service. Yet they were far from the opulent lifestyle of Russia's upper aristocracy. Their home was comfortable but modest, filled with books rather than extravagant ornaments. This middle position in Russian society allowed young Vladimir to observe both the privileges of education and status, while also being aware of the vast inequalities that characterized Imperial Russia during the reign of Tsar Alexander II and later Alexander III. The Russia of Vladimir's childhood was a land of stark contrasts. Magnificent palaces stood not far from peasant huts. Great intellectual achievements existed alongside widespread illiteracy, and the gentle beauty of the countryside contrasted with the harsh realities of peasant life. These contradictions would eventually become central to his political thinking, though in his childhood years they were simply the backdrop to his daily life. Like the ever-present flow of the Volga River past his hometown. When Vladimir was 16 years old, a profound tragedy befell the family that would forever alter the course of his life. His beloved father, Ilya Nikolaevich, passed away after a brief illness in January 1886. The loss cast a shadow over the once bright household, like clouds obscuring the warm sun on a summer day. Vladimir, standing at the threshold between childhood and adulthood, felt the weight of this loss deeply, the pain settling into his heart like a stone in still water. The death of his father marked a turning point in young Vladimir's life, forcing him to confront mortality and loss at a formative age. Maria Alexandrovna, now widowed with 6 children to care for, showed remarkable strength during this difficult time. Her quiet resilience provided an anchor for the family as they navigated the gentle currents of grief that ebbed and flowed through their daily lives. Just over a year after losing his father, another tragedy struck the Ulyanov family, one that would profoundly influence Vladimir's political awakening. His older brother Alexander, a brilliant student at St. Petersburg University, was arrested for participating in a plot to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. The news reached the family like a cold winter wind, chilling their already wounded hearts. In May 1887, Alexander was executed for his revolutionary activities, becoming a martyr for the cause at the age of just 21. The execution of his brother sent ripples through Vladimir's consciousness, like stones dropped into the still waters of a pond. The gentle, studious young man began to question more deeply the nature of the society in which he lived, the structures of power, and the possibilities for change. It is said that upon hearing of his brother's execution, Vladimir quietly remarked, "We shall not take this road," suggesting even then his preference for systematic revolution over individual acts of terrorism. Despite the family's grief and the shadow of suspicion that now fell upon them due to Alexander's revolutionary activities, Vladimir continued his education with remarkable focus. He graduated from the gymnasia with a gold medal in 1887, a testament to his intellectual abilities and dedication to learning. The medal gleamed in his hand, a bright point of achievement amidst the darkness of recent family tragedies. Following his graduation, Vladimir sought to continue his education at Kazan University, enrolling to study law in August 1887. However, his time at the university would be brief. The political awakening that had begun with his brother's execution continued to unfold, like a flower slowly opening its petals to the morning sun. Vladimir became involved in student protests against restrictive university regulations, and in December 1887, just months after beginning his studies, he was expelled for his participation in these activities. The expulsion marked another turning point in Vladimir's journey. The doors of formal education had closed to him, but other pathways of learning were opening. Exiled to his maternal grandfather's estate at Kokoshkino, Vladimir found himself with ample time for reading and reflection. The countryside provided a peaceful backdrop for his intellectual exploration. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of nearby streams, and the rhythmic sounds of rural life created a soothing environment for deep thought. It was during this period of exile that Vladimir began to immerse himself more deeply in revolutionary literature. The works of Karl Marx, in particular, captured his attention, the ideas flowing from page to mind like water seeping into thirsty soil. The theories of historical materialism and class struggle resonated with his observations of Russian society and his own family's experiences with the Tsarist regime. After several months in the countryside, Vladimir was permitted to return to Kazan, but not to the university. The family later moved to Samara, where they lived from 1889 to 1893. These years of provincial life provided Vladimir with time to develop his political thinking and to build a foundation of legal knowledge through independent study. The quiet rhythms of provincial life, the changing seasons, the flow of the river, the gentle pace of days, belied the revolutionary ideas taking shape in his mind. Despite being banned from formal university education, Vladimir persevered in his legal studies, preparing for the external law examinations. His determination paid off when he was awarded a first-class degree in law from St. Petersburg University in 1891, completing the 4-year course in just 1 year, a remarkable achievement that spoke to both his intellectual capacity and his disciplined approach to learning. With his law degree in hand, Vladimir moved to St. Petersburg in 1893, beginning his career as a legal assistant. The city, with its grand architecture and bustling streets, was a far cry from the provincial towns of his youth. The waters of the Neva River flowed past imposing buildings. Bridges arched gracefully over canals, and the northern light cast a distinctive glow over the imperial capital. Yet beneath the beautiful facade lay the same contradictions and inequalities that characterized the rest of the Russian Empire. In St. Petersburg, Vladimir's political activities began in earnest. He joined Marxist discussion circles. His quiet voice contributing thoughtful analyses to debates that often continued late into the night. The participants huddled around tables in small apartments, the soft glow of lamps illuminating passionate faces. It was during these years that Vladimir Ulyanov began to transform into the revolutionary who would later be known as Lenin. The young man who had grown up in a loving, intellectual household along the Volga River was evolving into a dedicated revolutionary theorist. The gentle child who had once played chess in a sun-dappled garden was now strategizing for social and political revolution. Yet, elements of his early life remained visible in the man he was becoming. The disciplined approach to study instilled by his father, the love of literature nurtured by his mother, and the deep sense of justice that had been reinforced by his family's personal tragedies. As we leave Vladimir in the early years of his revolutionary career, we can see how the streams of his childhood experiences, family influences, and intellectual development were converging into the river that would eventually reshape the landscape of world history. The quiet boy from Simbirsk, who had watched the Volga flow past his hometown through changing seasons, would himself become a force of nature in the century to come. The early life of Vladimir Lenin reminds us that even the most influential historical figures begin as children shaped by their families, their times, and their personal experiences. In the quiet moments of his youth, in the gentle routines of provincial Russian life, in the soft conversations around the family table, we find the beginnings of ideas and convictions that would one day echo around the world, like ripples spreading outward from a stone dropped into still waters. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of history, we find ourselves drawn to the story of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, known to the world as Lenin. As we settle comfortably into this narrative, let us drift back to the mid-19th century Russia, where the roots of his family tree spread deeply into the rich soil of a diverse and complex empire. The Ulyanov family story begins along the banks of the Volga River, that ancient waterway that has witnessed centuries of Russian life flowing past its shores. Vladimir's father, Ilya Nikolaevich Ulyanov, was born in 1831 in Astrakhan, a city where the Volga meets the Caspian Sea. Ilya came from humble origins, his father being a tailor of Kalmyk and Russian heritage. The Kalmyk people, with their Buddhist traditions and nomadic history, added a fascinating thread to the tapestry of Vladimir's ancestry, though this connection was distant by the time of his birth. Ilya Ulyanov rose from these modest beginnings through dedication to education, eventually becoming a respected inspector of schools in Simbirsk province. His life embodied the quiet dignity of service and the gentle persistence of a man devoted to bringing knowledge to the children of Russia. In the evenings, he would often sit in his study, the soft lamplight illuminating his papers as he worked to improve the education system in his region. Vladimir's mother, Maria Alexandrovna Blank, brought another cultural dimension to the family. Born in 1835, she came from a background that included Jewish, German, and Swedish ancestry. Her father, Alexander Dmitrievich Blank, was a physician who had converted from Judaism to Orthodox Christianity, carrying with him the intellectual traditions of Jewish culture. Maria's mother, Anna Ivanovna Groskopf, had German Lutheran roots, adding yet another layer to the cultural inheritance that would eventually reach Vladimir. Maria was a cultured woman who spoke several languages and played the piano beautifully. In the Ulyanov household, her gentle hands would move across the keys in the early evening, filling their home with the soothing melodies of Chopin and Beethoven. These musical interludes created moments of tranquility in the busy household, times when young Vladimir would sit quietly, perhaps watching the way the last rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains as his mother played. The Ulyanov home in Simbirsk, now known as Ulyanovsk, stood on a hill overlooking the broad expanse of the Volga. It was a comfortable wooden house with a garden where apple trees blossomed in the spring and provided fruit in the late summer. Here, in this peaceful setting, Maria and Ilya raised their 6 children: Anna, Alexander, Vladimir, Olga, Dmitri, and Maria. Family life followed the rhythms of the seasons and the routines of provincial Russian society. Winter evenings in the Ulyanov household were spent in the warm glow of oil lamps, with family members gathered in the main room. Ilya might read aloud from the works of Pushkin or Gogol, his measured voice bringing the words to life as the children listened, wrapped in the comfort of family togetherness. Maria would often embroider as she listened, her needle moving in and out of the fabric with a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. Outside, snow would fall silently, covering Simbirsk in a soft, white blanket that muffled sounds and created a cocoon of quietude around the family home. The Ulyanov family valued education deeply, a value that flowed from both parents into their children like a gentle stream. Books lined the walls of their home, and intellectual discussion was encouraged around the dinner table. The children were taught to think critically, but also to appreciate beauty in literature, music, and nature. Vladimir developed a love for chess, a game that his father taught him when he was young. They would sit across from each other at a small table, the carved wooden pieces moving deliberately across the board as father and son engaged in this ancient game of strategy and patience. Family traditions in the Ulyanov household blended Russian Orthodox practices with a progressive intellectual outlook. They celebrated Christmas with a decorated tree and gifts, Easter with painted eggs and special breads, but they also honored the life of the mind and the pursuit of knowledge as almost sacred endeavors. The family would take walks together along the Volga, especially in spring when the ice had melted and the river flowed freely again. These walks allowed for conversations that meandered like the river itself, touching on philosophy, politics, and the natural world. The family's dinner table was a place of both nourishment and nurturing. Maria prepared traditional Russian dishes, steaming bowls of borscht with swirls of sour cream, kasha with mushrooms gathered from the nearby forests, and on special occasions, pirozhki with various fillings that the children would help to prepare. The act of breaking bread together reinforced family bonds and created a sense of continuity with Russian cultural traditions that stretched back through generations. Vladimir's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of his father's progressive educational work and his mother's cultured influence. The family's position in Simbirsk society was respectable, but not aristocratic. They belonged to the intelligentsia, that uniquely Russian social category of educated professionals who often served as a bridge between the ruling classes and the common people. This position gave young Vladimir a perspective that allowed him to see both the privileges of education and the hardships faced by the peasantry and working classes. The family experienced their share of sorrows, which, like soft shadows, gradually changed the emotional landscape of their lives. When Vladimir was 16, his father died suddenly of a cerebral hemorrhage. The loss cast a pall over the family, and Maria was left to raise 6 children on her own. She did so with quiet strength, ensuring that their education continued and that the intellectual atmosphere of the home remained intact. The gentle click of her knitting needles in the evening became a comforting constant in a world that had suddenly become less certain. An even greater tragedy struck the family the following year when Vladimir's older brother Alexander was arrested for participating in a plot to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. He was executed in 1887, an event that profoundly affected the entire family. The execution of Alexander Ulyanov sent ripples of grief through the household that would never entirely dissipate. For Vladimir, who had admired his scholarly older brother, this loss became intertwined with a growing political consciousness. In the aftermath of these family tragedies, the Ulyanov home became quieter, more subdued. Maria would sometimes sit by the window in the afternoon, looking out at the garden where her children had played, her face reflecting both sorrow and resilience. Vladimir would find her there and sit with her in companionable silence, the two of them connected by shared grief and unspoken understanding. The cultural context of Vladimir's origins was the Russia of the late 19th century, a vast empire struggling with questions of modernization and identity. The Ulyanov family lived during a time when Western ideas were flowing into Russia, mixing with Slavophile traditions in sometimes turbulent currents. Debates about Russia's future were taking place in universities, in literary journals, and in the drawing rooms of the intelligentsia. These conversations inevitably found their way into the Ulyanov home, where they were discussed with the same thoughtfulness that characterized all family interactions. Vladimir's maternal grandfather, Dr. Alexander Blank, had owned a small estate called Kokoshkino, where the family would sometimes spend summers. Here, surrounded by the gentle Russian countryside, Vladimir developed an appreciation for nature and rural life. He would walk through fields of wildflowers, their colors blending together like a soft, impressionist painting. The buzzing of bees and the songs of birds created a natural symphony that accompanied these solitary rambles. At night, the family would sometimes sit outside, watching the stars appear one by one in the vast Russian sky, a canopy of twinkling lights that seemed to go on forever. Family stories passed down through generations included tales of Dr. Blank's medical practice, where he often treated peasants without charge, an early example of social conscience that may have influenced his grandson's later thinking. Maria would tell her children about her own childhood, about learning languages from her mother, about the books that had shaped her understanding of the world. These stories were shared in quiet moments, perhaps as she brushed her daughter's hair or helped her sons with their studies, the words flowing like a gentle stream of memory connecting past to present. Ilya Ulyanov's work in education provided another set of family stories. He would return home with anecdotes about the schools he had visited, about bright children from peasant families who reminded him of the potential that existed in all levels of society. These stories were told with warmth and often humor, creating a narrative of hope and possibility that counterbalanced the harsher realities of Russian imperial society. The Ulyanov family's Jewish heritage through Maria's father was not something openly discussed, partly due to the anti-Semitism prevalent in Russian society at the time. This hidden aspect of family history created a subtle undercurrent in Vladimir's understanding of identity and prejudice. The experience of having a part of one's heritage concealed or diminished because of social pressures would later inform his thinking about class and oppression, though in ways that were complex and sometimes contradictory. As Vladimir grew into adolescence, the intellectual influences of his family began to shape his worldview more directly. His father's dedication to education and social improvement, his mother's cultured European outlook, his brother Alexander's revolutionary martyrdom. All these elements gradually coalesced into the foundation of his developing political consciousness. Yet even as his ideas became more radical, the habits of mind instilled by his family remained. The disciplined approach to study, the respect for knowledge, the belief in the possibility of creating a better world would later influence Vladimir's political thinking. There were also volumes of European philosophy and political economy, including works by Marx that would eventually become central to Vladimir's intellectual development. These books were treated with reverence in the household, their pages turned carefully, their ideas discussed thoughtfully. In the evenings, the family might gather for readings, with each member taking turns to share passages from favorite works. Vladimir had a particular fondness for Pushkin and could recite long sections of Eugene Onegin from memory, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that matched the poem's meter. These shared literary experiences created a common cultural language within the family, references and allusions that could be exchanged in conversation like precious coins. Music also filled the Ulyanov home, creating another dimension of their family culture. Maria played the piano, as did some of the children. Folk songs, classical pieces, and the popular compositions of the day would flow through the rooms, creating an atmosphere where beauty and emotion could be expressed, even when words were insufficient. Vladimir never became a musician himself, but his appreciation for music remained throughout his life, a quiet echo of those family evenings in Simbirsk. The young man who had grown up in this loving, intellectual household along the Volga River was evolving into a dedicated revolutionary theorist. The gentle child who had once played chess in a sun-dappled garden was now strategizing for social and political revolution. Yet, elements of his early life remained visible in the man he was becoming. The disciplined approach to study instilled by his father, the love of literature nurtured by his mother, and the deep sense of justice that had been reinforced by his family's personal tragedies. As Vladimir moved away from his childhood home, first to Kazan University, and then into the world of revolutionary politics, he carried with him the invisible threads of family influence. In quiet moments, perhaps as he sat in a library or walked along a river in European exile, memories of Simbirsk might return to him. The sound of his mother's piano, the taste of summer berries from the garden, the feel of a chess piece in his hand as he contemplated his next move. The story of Vladimir Lenin's family history reminds us that even those who seek to reshape the world begin as children shaped by their families, their cultural inheritance, and their personal experiences in the gentle routines of the Ulyanov household, in the soft conversations around the family table, in the shared sorrows and quiet joys of provincial Russian life. We find the beginnings of ideas and convictions that would one day echo around the world. As we drift now toward sleep, we might imagine the Volga flowing past Simbirsk, its waters reflecting the changing sky, moving inexorably toward the distant sea. Like that great river, the influences of family and culture flow through time, connecting generations, carrying the seeds of the future in the gentle currents of the past. And in this soothing continuity, in this soft merging of personal history with the broader stream of human experience, we find a lullaby that carries us toward dreams, toward rest, toward the renewal that comes with night's embrace. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the quiet provincial town of Simbirsk, nestled along the flowing waters of the mighty Volga River, a young Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, later known to the world as Lenin, spent his formative years. The town itself was a gentle tapestry of Russian provincial life, where the changing seasons painted different hues across the landscape, and where time seemed to move with the unhurried rhythm of the great river that defined its geography. Imagine, if you will, the soft golden light of morning filtering through lace curtains in the Ulyanov family home, a comfortable wooden structure typical of middle-class dwellings in 19th century Russia. The house stood on a quiet street, its walls witnessing the gentle unfolding of childhood days. In winter, frost would create delicate patterns on the window panes, while a warm stove provided a comforting heart to the home. The soft crackling of burning wood would blend with the hushed conversations of family members, creating a soothing symphony of domestic tranquility. The Ulyanov home was filled with books, their leather bindings and paper pages, creating that distinctive, comforting scent that all bibliophiles know well. Vladimir's father, Ilya Nikolaevich, was the director of public schools for the province, a respected position that brought both status and intellectual richness to their household. One can picture the soft lamplight illuminating the pages of books in the evening hours, as young Vladimir absorbed knowledge with a quiet intensity that would characterize his entire life. Outside the windows, Simbirsk offered a gentle panorama of provincial Russian life. The streets were not paved with cobblestones like those in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but were often dirt paths that turned to mud in the spring rains and were blanketed with pristine snow in winter. The sound of horse-drawn carriages would occasionally break the silence, their wheels creating a soothing rhythm against the ground. The gentle clip-clop of hooves marking the passage of time in this unhurried place. The Volga River, wide and majestic, flowed past the town, carrying boats and barges laden with goods from distant places. From certain vantage points in Simbirsk, one could gaze out at this liquid highway and perhaps dream of far-off destinations. The river brought a constant, soothing presence to life in Simbirsk, its waters reflecting the changing moods of the sky, sometimes mirror calm, other times rippled by gentle breezes. In summer, the air near the river would be cooler, offering relief from the heat, while in winter, the frozen surface created a different kind of beauty, a stillness that seemed to suspend time itself. The natural surroundings of Simbirsk offered a child's paradise of exploration and wonder. Forests of birch trees stood with their silver-white trunks reaching toward the sky, their leaves creating a gentle rustling sound in the breeze, a natural lullaby that has soothed Russians for centuries. In spring, wildflowers would carpet the meadows with soft colors, while mushrooms could be found in the damp. Shadowy places beneath the trees after rain had fallen, their earthy scent rising from the forest floor. The Ulyanov family garden would have been a sensory delight, with vegetables growing in neat rows, perhaps berry bushes offering their sweet treasures in summer, and maybe apple trees, providing both shade and fruit. Gardening was not merely a practical necessity, but a connection to the earth's rhythms, a gentle reminder of life's cycles of growth, harvest, and renewal. One can imagine young Vladimir helping to water plants or pick berries, his hands stained with juice, the sweet taste lingering on his tongue. The changing seasons in Simbirsk created a natural cadence to life, each bringing its own activities and sensory experiences. Autumn painted the landscape in warm hues of gold and amber, the fallen leaves creating a soft, crunching sound underfoot. Winter brought the deep silence of snow, the magical transformation of the familiar into something ethereal and new. The cold air would make breath visible, little clouds that appeared and disappeared with each exhalation, while inside, the family would gather closer to the warmth of the stove. Spring arrived with a gentle awakening, the sound of dripping water as snow and ice melted, the first brave shoots of green pushing through the earth, and the return of birdsong to the trees. Summer offered longer days filled with light, the scent of flowers on the warm air, perhaps the distant sound of thunder from afternoon storms that would refresh the earth before evening, came with its golden glow. The social environment of the Ulyanov household was one of education, discussion, and music. Vladimir's mother, Maria Alexandrovna, was well educated and cultured, bringing the gentle arts of music and language into their home. She played the piano, and one can imagine the soft notes floating through the rooms, creating a soundtrack to childhood memories. The sound of a piano in a family home creates a special kind of atmosphere, the notes seeming to hang in the air like invisible ornaments, enriching the space with their presence. Conversations at the family table would have been stimulating yet gentle, with ideas being exchanged and questions encouraged. Ilya Nikolaevich believed in education as a path to social improvement, and this philosophy permeated the household atmosphere. The clink of cutlery against plates, the passing of dishes, the soft murmur of voices discussing the day's events or more profound topics. These created the auditory landscape of family meals, a time of both nourishment and connection. The Ulyanov children, Anna, Alexander, Vladimir, Olga, Dmitri, and Maria, created their own small society within the household. Siblings bring a special dynamic to childhood, the shared experiences creating bonds that often last a lifetime. Games played together, secrets whispered, conflicts resolved. All these interactions helped shape Vladimir's understanding of human relationships and social dynamics. The sound of children's laughter or the hushed tones of confidences shared would have been part of the home's acoustic tapestry. Education was highly valued in the Ulyanov household. Vladimir attended the Simbirsk Classical Gymnasia, a school that emphasized classical languages and literature. The walk to and from school would have provided daily opportunities to observe the town and its inhabitants, to feel the weather on his skin, to hear the sounds of birds or distant church bells marking the hours, the school itself, with its disciplined atmosphere, the scratch of pens on paper, the smell of chalk dust, and the droning voices of teachers, created another environment that shaped his developing mind. Religious observance was part of Russian life in this era, though the Ulyanov family was not particularly devout. Still, the sound of church bells ringing across Simbirsk on Sundays and holy days would have been a familiar part of the auditory landscape, their deep tones resonating through the air, marking time and calling the faithful to worship. The interior of Orthodox churches, with their glowing candles, fragrant incense, and richly colored icons, offered a sensory experience quite different from the practical comfort of home. The social circle of the Ulyanov family included other educated professionals and their families. Evening gatherings might feature conversation, music, perhaps readings from literature, or discussions of current events. The soft clink of tea glasses in their metal holders, a sound so quintessentially Russian, would accompany these gatherings. The steam rising from the hot tea, the sweet taste of jam that Russians often add instead of sugar, creating a moment of simple pleasure. As Vladimir grew older, the peaceful rhythm of his childhood was disrupted by tragedy. When he was 16, his father died suddenly from a cerebral hemorrhage. The household would have been draped in the heavy silence of grief, the familiar spaces now feeling different without Ilya Nikolaevich's presence. The following year brought even greater sorrow when his older brother Alexander was executed for participating in a plot to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. These events cast long shadows across the formerly sunlit spaces of childhood. The physical environment of Vladimir's youth, the comfortable home, the flowing river, the changing seasons of Simbirsk, became intertwined with these emotional landscapes of loss and growing political awareness. The same rooms that had witnessed happy family gatherings now held whispered conversations about political injustice. The river that had seemed a symbol of continuity now, perhaps, represented the unstoppable flow of social change that was beginning to capture Vladimir's imagination. The natural surroundings that had provided simple pleasures in childhood, the forest walks, the garden harvests, the snow-covered landscapes, remained constant even as Vladimir's inner world was transforming. There is something soothing in this continuity of nature, in the knowledge that regardless of human dramas, the birch trees continue to rustle in the breeze. The Volga continues its journey to the sea, and the stars still appear in the evening sky, just as they did when he was a carefree child. The sensory memories of childhood often remain with us throughout our lives, sometimes rising unexpectedly to the surface of consciousness. The particular quality of light in a childhood bedroom, the smell of a dish that mother used to cook, the feel of a wooden banister beneath a small hand, the sound of a familiar voice calling one's name. These sensory imprints become part of who we are, influencing us in ways we may not fully comprehend. As Vladimir moved away from his childhood home, first to Kazan University, and then into the world of revolutionary politics, he carried with him the invisible threads of family influence in quiet moments, perhaps as he sat in a library or walked along a river in European exile. Memories of Simbirsk might return to him. The sound of his mother's piano, the taste of summer berries from the garden, the feel of a chess piece in his hand as he contemplated his next move. The story of Vladimir Lenin's family history reminds us that even those who seek to reshape the world begin as children shaped by their families, their cultural inheritance, and their personal experiences in the gentle routines of the Ulyanov household, in the soft conversations around the family table, in the shared sorrows and quiet joys of provincial Russian life. We find the beginnings of ideas and convictions that would one day echo around the world. As we drift now toward sleep, we might imagine the Volga flowing past Simbirsk, its waters reflecting the changing sky, moving inexorably toward the distant sea. Like that great river, the influences of family and culture flow through time, connecting generations, carrying the seeds of the future in the gentle currents of the past. And in this soothing continuity, in this soft merging of personal history with the broader stream of human experience, we find a lullaby that carries us toward dreams, toward rest, toward the renewal that comes with night's embrace. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As Vladimir moved away from his childhood home, first to Kazan University, and then into the world of revolutionary politics, he carried with him the invisible threads of family influence in quiet moments, perhaps as he sat in a library or walked along a river in European exile. Memories of Simbirsk might return to him. The sound of his mother's piano, the taste of summer berries from the garden, the feel of a chess piece in his hand as he contemplated his next move. The educational journey of young Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov began in earnest at the Simbirsk Classical Gymnasium, where the soft morning light would filter through tall windows onto rows of wooden desks. There, in those quiet classrooms, with their faint scent of chalk dust and old books, Vladimir distinguished himself as a remarkably gifted student. His teachers would often observe his capacity for deep concentration, the way he would become utterly absorbed in a text, his brow furrowed slightly, his breathing slow and measured. The gymnasium's curriculum, with its emphasis on classical languages, mathematics, and history, provided a gentle but firm foundation for his developing intellect. Latin and Greek flowed through Vladimir's mind like serene streams of ancient wisdom. He found a special comfort in the logical structures of these languages, the way verbs and nouns arranged themselves according to timeless rules. His notebooks were filled with careful translations, the letters formed with meticulous precision, each page a testament to his methodical nature. Fellow students would sometimes watch him study, marveling at his ability to sit for hours, barely moving except to turn a page or dip his pen in ink. The soft rustle of turning pages became a soothing soundtrack to Vladimir's adolescence. In the family library, with its comforting smell of leather bindings and paper, he would lose himself in works of literature and philosophy, settled into his consciousness like a slowly germinating seed. The book's revolutionary characters and their vision of a more just society resonated with something deep within him, a quiet yearning for change that was beginning to take shape beneath his calm exterior. When Vladimir graduated from the gymnasium in 1887 with a gold medal, the achievement came as a gentle affirmation of his intellectual gifts. The medal itself was a small, weighty thing that he would sometimes hold in his palm, feeling its smooth contours as he contemplated his future. His father, Ilya Nikolaevich, had passed away 2 years earlier, leaving a space of quiet sorrow in the family. Yet, his father's dedication to education continued to influence Vladimir like a soft, guiding hand upon his shoulder. The autumn of 1887 brought Vladimir to Kazan University, where he enrolled to study law. The university buildings stood solid and dignified, their corridors echoing with the unhurried footsteps of students and professors. Vladimir found a small, modest room not far from campus, arranging his few possessions with characteristic orderliness. Books aligned on a simple shelf, writing materials placed just so on a wooden desk beneath a window that looked out onto a street lined with birch trees that swayed gently in the breeze. His time at Kazan University would be unexpectedly brief, like a short movement in a longer symphony. In December of that same year, Vladimir participated in a student gathering that protested restrictive university regulations. The protest was not loud or violent, but rather a solemn expression of collective discontent. Nevertheless, it led to his expulsion from the university, a turning point that arrived with the quiet inevitability of winter following autumn. This expulsion might have discouraged someone with less determination, but for Vladimir, it became a period of deeper, self-directed study. Returning to his family, now living in the village of Kokoshkino, he entered a time of intellectual cocooning. The family home became his university, with its peaceful rooms and unhurried rhythms. Here, in this rural setting where time seemed to move more slowly, Vladimir began to explore the works of Karl Marx, whose ideas flowed into his consciousness like a warm, steady current. Das Kapital, with its dense pages and complex economic theories, became Vladimir's constant companion. He would sit for hours by a window, watching the changing light across the countryside as he absorbed Marx's analysis of capitalism and class struggle. The book's arguments unfolded in his mind, like a landscape, gradually revealed through parting mist. He filled notebooks with observations and reflections, his handwriting becoming more assured as his understanding deepened. By 1890, Vladimir had managed to gain permission to take the law examinations as an external student at St. Petersburg University. The preparation for these exams required months of methodical study, days that began with the first soft light of dawn and extended into the gentle hush of evening. His sister Anna would sometimes bring him tea, the steam rising in delicate spirals as he looked up from his books with a distant expression, his mind still half immersed in legal principles and precedents. When the examination period arrived, Vladimir traveled to St. Petersburg, that elegant city of canals and palaces, where the Neva River flows with stately grace toward the Baltic Sea. The university buildings, with their neoclassical facades and grand staircases, welcomed students into halls where knowledge had been passed from one generation to the next for decades. Vladimir approached his examinations with calm confidence, answering questions with precision and insight. He completed his law degree in 1891, earning a first-class degree that confirmed what those close to him had long known about his intellectual capabilities. The early 1890s found Vladimir in Samara, where he was admitted to the bar and began practicing as a legal assistant. Law provided a framework for understanding how society functioned, how rules were created and enforced, how power was distributed and maintained. His legal work brought him into contact with people from various walks of life. Peasants with weather-worn hands who spoke in soft, hesitant voices about land disputes. Merchants with calculated concerns about contracts. Workers with injuries that told stories of dangerous conditions in factories where machines hummed and clanked without cease. Yet, even as Vladimir fulfilled his professional duties, his intellectual journey continued along paths that led ever deeper into revolutionary theory. The writings of Georgy Plekhanov, often called the father of Russian Marxism, offered new perspectives that settled into Vladimir's thinking like gentle rain into fertile soil. Plekhanov's arguments for the application of Marxist principles to Russian conditions resonated with Vladimir's own observations of the inequities and contradictions he witnessed daily during these formative years. Vladimir's reading habits were as methodical as everything else about him. He would begin each new theoretical work by reading it through completely, allowing the author's arguments to wash over him like a continuous wave. Then he would return to the beginning and read again, this time more slowly, making notes, questioning assumptions, testing conclusions against his own understanding of historical and economic realities. His notebooks from this period reveal a mind that absorbed ideas not passively, but actively, engaging with texts in a quiet dialogue that continued even when the books were closed. In 1893, Vladimir moved to St. Petersburg, where the intellectual climate was as stimulating as the physical climate was challenging. The city's long, dark winters encouraged indoor pursuits, reading, writing, conversation. Vladimir found himself drawn to circles of like-minded individuals who gathered in apartments where samovars simmered gently in the background, providing endless cups of tea that warmed hands and facilitated discussions that often continued until the small hours of the morning. Among these circles was a Marxist group led by Stepan Radchenko. Their meetings had a clandestine quality, with participants speaking in measured tones, aware that revolutionary ideas were viewed with suspicion by the authorities. Vladimir quickly distinguished himself within these groups, not through forceful rhetoric or dramatic gestures, but through the depth of his knowledge and the clarity of his analysis. His arguments were presented with a quiet conviction that drew others toward his perspective like moths to a steady flame. It was during this period that Vladimir began writing his first significant works of political theory. His approach to writing mirrored his approach to study, methodical, patient, precise. He would work at a small desk, sometimes pausing to gaze out at the city's spires and domes, gathering his thoughts before returning to the page. His early essays critiqued the Narodnik movement, which idealized the Russian peasantry as the primary revolutionary force. Vladimir argued, instead, for the central role of the industrial working class, his sentences building one upon another, like carefully laid stones, forming a path toward a destination visible only to him. In 1895, Vladimir's intellectual journey took him beyond Russian borders for the first time. He traveled to Switzerland, France, and Germany, countries where the workers' movement had deeper roots and more developed theoretical foundations. In Geneva, he met with Plekhanov, whose writings he had so admired. Their conversations, which took place in quiet cafes where the clink of cups and saucers provided a gentle counterpoint to their exchange of ideas, helped Vladimir refine his understanding of Marxism and its application to Russian conditions. Berlin offered Vladimir access to libraries with comprehensive collections of socialist literature. He spent long, peaceful hours in reading rooms where the only sounds were the occasional turning of pages and the soft shuffling of feet as readers came and went. The German Social Democratic Party, with its organizational structure and political strategy, provided a model that Vladimir studied carefully, noting both its strengths and what he perceived as its limitations. Upon his return to Russia in the autumn of 1895, Vladimir brought with him not only new books and pamphlets, but also a strengthened conviction about the path forward for the revolutionary movement. He helped establish the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, an organization that sought to connect socialist theory with the practical struggles of workers In St. Petersburg's factories, the League distributed leaflets written in simple, direct language that spoke to the immediate concerns of workers: long hours, dangerous conditions, low wages, while also pointing toward a broader vision of social transformation. December 1895 brought an abrupt halt to Vladimir's activities in St. Petersburg. He was arrested along with other members of the League and held in a prison cell where the only window provided a small, square view of the sky. The cell was sparse: a narrow bed, a small table, a chair. But it offered something that had become increasingly rare in Vladimir's busy life: uninterrupted time for reading and reflection. The prison authorities permitted him books, and he requested works of philosophy, economics, and linguistics, continuing his intellectual development even as his physical movement was restricted. After more than a year in prison, Vladimir was sentenced to 3 years of exile in Siberia. The journey to his place of exile, the village of Shushenskoy in the Yenisei province, was long and measured by the steady rhythm of train wheels on tracks, the gentle swaying of river boats, the clip-clop of horses' hooves on country roads. The landscape gradually changed from the familiar European Russia of his youth to the vast, open spaces of Siberia, where forests stretched to distant horizons and rivers flowed with a timeless serenity. Shushenskoy, with its wooden houses and unhurried pace of life, became an unexpected sanctuary for Vladimir's intellectual work. The local authorities imposed few restrictions on him beyond requiring that he remain within the village boundaries. He established a daily routine that began with early morning walks along the river, where the water flowed with a soothing constancy that mirrored his own dedication to revolutionary theory. Returning to his modest lodgings, he would spend hours writing, developing ideas that would later form the foundation of his major theoretical works. The writing process was characterized by the same methodical approach he brought to all his intellectual endeavors. He gathered statistical data, analyzed economic trends, and constructed arguments with painstaking care. The manuscript pages accumulated slowly but steadily, like snow gathering on the Siberian plains outside his window. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. The shaping of Vladimir's mind and revolutionary spirit was a slow, deliberate process, like the way water carves its path through stone, gentle but persistent. From his earliest years, he was surrounded by influences that would guide him. First, in the quiet corners of family life, then in the broader currents of intellectual and political thought. His father, Ilya Ulyanov, was a man of deep principles, a school inspector who traveled across the Simbirsk region, ensuring that education reached even the most remote villages. Though he passed away when Vladimir was still young, his dedication to fairness and enlightenment left an indelible mark on his son's character. The memory of his father's quiet determination, the way he spoke of justice and opportunity for all, lingered in Vladimir's mind like the steady hum of a distant river, always present, always guiding. Then there was his older brother, Alexander, whose passion for justice burned with an intensity that both inspired and haunted Vladimir. Alexander's involvement in revolutionary circles, his arrest and eventual execution for plotting against the Tsar, was a defining moment. The news arrived like a winter storm, sudden and devastating. In the years that followed, Vladimir would turn those emotions over in his mind, like pebbles smoothed by the sea, shaping his own path forward. He did not rush into activism, but instead studied, read, and observed with the patience of someone who understood that true change required not just passion, but knowledge. One of the first intellectual guides who helped him refine these thoughts was Nikolai Fedosiev, a young Marxist thinker whose writings Vladimir encountered while studying in Kazan, though they never met in person. Fedosiev's letters and essays became a compass, pointing Vladimir toward the ideas of Karl Marx. There was something in Marx's methodical analysis of history, his belief in the inevitable rise of the proletariat, that resonated with Vladimir's own disciplined mind. He devoured Marx's works late into the night, the pages illuminated by the flickering light of a single lamp, the words forming a foundation upon which he would build his own theories. During his time in St. Petersburg, where he moved to study law, Vladimir found another mentor in Georgy Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism. Plekhanov's writings were like a bridge between theory and action, showing how Marx's ideas could be applied to the specific conditions of Russia. Their relationship was one of mutual respect, though not without tension. Plekhanov was older, more established, and at times skeptical of Vladimir's boldness. Yet, in their debates, sometimes sharp, sometimes measured, Vladimir honed his ability to argue, to defend his positions with precision, even when they disagreed. There was a thread of intellectual kinship between them, a shared belief in the power of ideas to reshape the world. Another figure who left a lasting impression was Pavel Axelrod, a veteran revolutionary whose warmth and wisdom provided balance to the often rigid world of political theory. Axelrod had a way of listening, really listening, that made even the most fiery young radicals pause and reflect. In the small gatherings of revolutionary exiles in Switzerland, where discussions stretched late into the night over cups of strong tea, Axelrod would often be the one to gently steer conversations back to the human cost of revolution. He reminded Vladimir that theory alone was not enough, that the movement had to be rooted in the real struggles of workers, in their hopes and hardships. These lessons stayed with Vladimir, tempering his sometimes relentless focus on strategy with a deeper understanding of the people he sought to liberate. Yet perhaps the most profound personal influence in Vladimir's life was his wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya. They met in the underground circles of St. Petersburg, where she worked as a teacher and organizer among factory workers. There was no grand romance in the traditional sense. Their bond was forged in shared purpose, in late-night discussions over smuggled pamphlets, in the quiet solidarity of two people who understood the risks they were taking. When Vladimir was exiled to Siberia, Nadezhda followed, willingly trading the relative comfort of city life for the isolation of Shushenskoy. She was not just a companion, but a collaborator. Her sharp mind and unshakable resolve matching his own. She typed his manuscripts, debated his drafts, and provided the steady emotional support that allowed him to work through the long Siberian winters. Their relationship was one of deep mutual respect, a partnership built on the belief that their shared mission was greater than either of them individually. As the years passed, these relationships, some fleeting, some lifelong, wove themselves into the fabric of Vladimir's thought. He absorbed lessons from each of them, sometimes consciously, sometimes in ways he would only recognize much later. From his father, the importance of education and fairness; from his brother, the cost of resistance; from Fedosiev and Marx, the tools of analysis; from Plekhanov, the application of theory; from Axelrod, the reminder of humanity at the heart of revolution; and from Nadezhda, the strength that comes from unwavering partnership. By the time he sat in his small Siberian cabin, penning the final pages of The Development of Capitalism in Russia **, all these voices were with him, whispering in the rustle of the paper, in the steady scratch of his pen. The work was his own, but it was also the product of countless conversations, debates, and shared struggles. And as the fire crackled softly in the stove, casting long shadows on the wooden walls, he knew that even in exile, he was never truly alone. The ideas, the mentors, the comrades, they were all part of him, like the quiet, persistent flow of the Yenisei River outside his window, moving steadily toward an unseen but inevitable destination. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Vladimir's early career unfolded quietly, far from the grand stages of history, in the dimly lit rooms of study circles and the hushed conversations of revolutionary gatherings. It began in the late 1880s, when he was still a young man, fresh from the shock of his brother's execution and the sudden awareness of the risks that came with dissent. The world around him was changing. The industrial boom in Russia had brought with it great disparities, and the air was thick with the murmurs of discontent among factory workers and peasants. It was in this atmosphere that Vladimir first dipped his toes into the waters of activism, not yet as a leader, but as a student, absorbing the ideas that would shape his life. His first professional steps were modest. After completing his studies at Kazan University, though he was expelled for participating in student protests, He continued his education independently, devouring books on philosophy, economics, and history. His early writings were not yet the fiery manifestos of later years, but careful analyses, the work of a man who believed that understanding the world was the first step toward changing it. He took up legal work for a time, a practical necessity, but his real passion lay in the study of Marxism, a theory still new to Russia, brought to its shores by exiled intellectuals and underground publishers. The challenges he faced were quiet but persistent. The Tsarist regime kept a close watch on anyone suspected of radical thought, and meetings had to be held in secret, often under the guise of harmless literary discussions. Vladimir learned to speak in code, to pass notes discreetly, to memorize key passages of forbidden texts, rather than risk carrying them. His first collaborations were with local study circles in Samara, where he guided workers through the dense writings of Marx and Engels, breaking down complex theories into digestible lessons. These sessions often stretched late into the night, the flicker of a single lamp illuminating earnest faces as Vladimir explained the mechanics of capitalism, the inevitability of class struggle. One of his earliest allies was Apollinaria Yakubova, a fellow Marxist who shared his belief in the need for organized action. Together, they worked on translating and distributing revolutionary literature, carefully smuggling pamphlets past the ever-watchful eyes of the police. These were small acts, barely noticeable in the grand scheme, but they laid the groundwork for what would come. Vladimir's approach was methodical. He believed in building a strong theoretical foundation before rushing into action, a patience that sometimes frustrated his more impulsive comrades, but his quiet persistence earned him respect, and slowly his influence grew. The historical context of these years was one of quiet ferment. The 1890s saw the rise of industrial strikes across Russia, spontaneous eruptions of anger from workers pushed to their limits. Vladimir watched these events closely, not just as an observer, but as someone trying to understand how theory could meet practice. He saw the limitations of isolated uprisings. They were powerful, but fleeting, lacking the cohesion to bring lasting change. It was during this time that he began formulating his own contributions to revolutionary thought, arguing for the necessity of a disciplined, centralized party to guide the working class. His first major work, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats*, was a critique of the populist movements that dominated Russian radicalism at the time, written under the watchful tension of possible arrest. It was a careful but firm dismissal of romanticized notions of peasant revolution, insisting instead on the centrality of the proletariat. The pamphlet was circulated in handwritten copies, passed from one trusted comrade to another, its ideas spreading like embers carried by the wind. The people he worked with in these early years were a mix of intellectuals and workers, each bringing their own perspectives. There was Martov, sharp-witted and idealistic, with whom Vladimir debated strategy late into the night. There were also figures like Struve, who would later drift toward more moderate positions. But in those days, their discussions were filled with the energy of shared purpose, and always there were the workers themselves, men and women, who had never set foot in a university, but whose lived experiences gave them an instinctive grasp of exploitation. Vladimir listened to them as much as he taught them, understanding that theory had to be rooted in real suffering to mean anything at all. The challenges mounted as the decade wore on. Arrests became more frequent, and Vladimir himself was taken in 1895, marking the end of his open work in St. Petersburg. But even in prison, he did not stop. He wrote letters in invisible ink, smuggled out notes for pamphlets, and continued his study of economic conditions in Russia. It was during this period that he began work on the development of capitalism in Russia *, a meticulous analysis of the country's economic transformation, pieced together from statistical reports and first-hand accounts. The book was his attempt to prove that Russia was not an exception to Marx's predictions, that capitalism had indeed taken root, and with it, the seeds of its own downfall. When his sentence was changed to exile in Siberia, many might have seen it as an interruption. But for Vladimir, it became another kind of workshop. The isolation forced him to refine his ideas, to write with even greater precision. Najda's arrival brought not just companionship, but intellectual partnership. As she typed his drafts, questioned his arguments, and helped him see the human dimensions of the theories they were building. The long Siberian nights, the endless stretches of snow outside their window, the slow turning of pages, all of it became part of the quiet, relentless work of preparation. By the time he left Siberia in 1900, his early career had already set the course for everything that followed. The small study circles, the painstaking translations, the debates in cramped apartments, they had all been steps toward something larger. He had not yet become the figure history would remember, but the foundations had been laid, brick by brick, in the quiet persistence of those years. And as he stepped onto the train that would take him abroad, to the wider world of European exile and revolutionary networks, he carried with him not just his own ideas, but the collective wisdom of all those who had shaped him, the voices of teachers, comrades, and workers, murmuring softly in the back of his mind, urging him forward, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. The journey beyond Siberia marked a turning point, a slow unfurling of ideas that would ripple across history. Vladimir's time in Europe was one of quiet intensity, a period of deep reflection and relentless writing. He settled first in Munich, then and later in Geneva and London, moving between cities like a shadow, always one step ahead of the Tsarist police. The libraries of Europe became his sanctuary, their hushed halls filled with the rustle of pages and the soft scratching of his pen. Here, surrounded by the works of Marx and Engels, he began to refine his vision for revolution, shaping it into something precise, something actionable. Asterisk emerged from this time, written in the early hours of the morning by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. The pamphlet was not just a call to action, but a meticulous blueprint for how a revolutionary party should function. He argued that workers alone could not spontaneously develop the consciousness needed for revolution. They needed guidance, a vanguard of disciplined intellectuals who could lead them. The words flowed steadily, each sentence carefully weighed, each argument polished through endless revisions. Nejda was there, as always, typing drafts, debating points, ensuring that every idea was as sharp as it could be. The pamphlet was printed secretly, smuggled back into Russia page by page, where it circulated among radicals, its influence growing like a slow-burning fire. The years passed in a rhythm of writing, organizing, waiting. The 1905 revolution briefly lit the skies with hope. But when it faltered, Vladimir saw in its failure the proof of his theories. Spontaneous uprisings were not enough. The movement needed structure, discipline, and so he continued his work, refining his ideas on the nature of the state, the role of the party, the inevitability of class struggle. His writings from this period were like the steady drip of water on stone, each one wearing away at the old order, preparing the ground for what was to come. Then came 1917, the year the world shifted. The February Revolution toppled the Tsar, and suddenly the impossible seemed within reach. Vladimir, still in exile in Switzerland, knew he had to return. The German government, hoping to destabilize Russia, provided a sealed train to carry him home. It was an odd, almost surreal journey, 8 days, rattling across war-torn Europe, the landscape blurring past the windows, the future waiting like an unopened letter. When he arrived at Petrograd's Finland station, the crowds were electric, their energy humming in the cold April air. His speech that night was not fiery or dramatic, but deliberate, methodical. He spoke of peace, land, and bread, simple demands that resonated like a heartbeat through the weary masses. The months that followed were a whirlwind of speeches, debates, and clandestine meetings. The provisional government hesitated, clinging to the old ways. But Vladimir saw the moment for what it was, ripe for transformation. His asterisk April theses laid out a radical vision: no support for the provisional government, all power to the Soviets, an immediate end to the war. The words were bold, uncompromising, yet delivered in his usual measured tone, as if he were explaining the steps of a mathematical proof. Some in his own party doubted him, but he pressed on, patient yet unyielding, like a river carving its path through stone. Then, in October, the moment arrived. The Bolsheviks, under his guidance, moved with precision. The storming of the Winter Palace was less a violent clash than a quiet takeover, the old regime crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. Power passed to the Soviets, and Vladimir, now the head of the new government, set about the monumental task of building a socialist state. The decrees came quickly, land redistributed to peasants, workers given control of factories, peace negotiations begun with Germany. The pace was dizzying, yet his demeanor remained calm, his mind always working 3 steps ahead. The years that followed were not easy. Civil war tore through the country. Foreign armies intervened. Famine and disease spread like shadows. Yet through it all, Vladimir worked, drafting policies, delivering speeches, guiding the revolution through its most fragile days. His health began to fail. Years of relentless work, of sleepless nights and constant stress had taken their toll. The bullet from an assassination attempt still lodged in his neck, a constant, aching reminder of the dangers he faced. But even as his body weakened, his mind remained sharp. His letters and notes filled with thoughts on how to preserve the revolution, how to prevent bureaucracy from stifling its spirit. His final years were spent in the quiet of Gorky, a country estate where the air was fresh and the trees whispered in the wind. He dictated his last writings to Nejda, his voice growing softer with each passing day. The words were urgent warnings about the dangers of Stalin's growing power, reflections on the need for democratic reforms within the party. But time was slipping away, and in January 1924, the heart that had driven a revolution finally stilled. His legacy, like all great things, was not simple. The world he helped create was messy, contradictory, filled with both hope and hardship. But in the quiet moments, the rustle of pages in a library, the steady rhythm of a train on its tracks, the hush of a winter night in Siberia, one can still sense the weight of his presence, the slow, deliberate force of a mind that changed history. And perhaps, in that stillness, there is something soothing, something almost peaceful, in knowing that even the largest waves begin as small ripples, moving gently across the surface of time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Vladimir Lenin is one of quiet moments that grew into thunderous echoes, of decisions made in stillness that would later shake the world. If we trace the path of his life, we find those delicate turning points, those hinges upon which history swung, each one a whisper that became a roar. One such moment came in his youth, when his older brother Alexander was executed for plotting against the Tsar. The shock of it settled deep into Vladimir's bones, a cold and heavy weight. He had admired his brother, and now that admiration was tangled with grief and a quiet, burning question. Was violence the only way to change Russia? Some say this was the moment the revolutionary was born. Yet one wonders, what if he had turned away from politics entirely? What if, instead of embracing radical thought, he had retreated into study, into law or philosophy, living a quieter life far from the tumult of revolution? The world would have been different, slower, perhaps, less fractured by the force of his will. But the fire had been lit, and it would not be extinguished. Another quiet turning point came during his years of exile in Siberia. The vast, frozen landscape could have broken a lesser man. But Lenin found a strange peace in the isolation. He read, he wrote, he thought. It was here that the shape of his ideas truly began to form. Away from the noise of cities and the heat of debate, had he resisted that solitude, had he let bitterness take root, perhaps his vision would have hardened too soon, become rigid before it was ready. But instead, Siberia softened him just enough, tempered his rage into something precise, something sharp enough to cut through history. Then there was the split within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, the moment when the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks parted ways. It seemed like a small thing at the time, just another disagreement among revolutionaries, but Lenin's insistence on a tightly organized, disciplined party, rather than a broad, loose movement, set the course for everything that followed. What if he had compromised? What if he had let the factions stay united? Perhaps the revolution would have been slower, more cautious, less absolute. Or perhaps it would have fractured anyway, lost in endless debate while the Tsar's grip tightened. But Lenin did not waver. He chose the harder path, the one that demanded control. And in doing so, he shaped the future. And then 1917, the year the world turned. The February Revolution had already toppled the Tsar, but the provisional government wavered, uncertain. The moment was ripe, trembling with possibility. Lenin, still in exile, made the decision to return, racing across Europe in a sealed train, through war-torn lands, back to a Russia in chaos. What if he had hesitated? What if he had waited, biding his time, letting the moment pass? The Bolsheviks might have remained on the fringes, another voice in the crowd. But he did not wait. He stepped into the storm, and the storm bent to his will. The October Revolution was not a grand, sweeping battle. It was almost quiet, a swift and bloodless coup in the dark. The Winter Palace fell with little resistance, and suddenly, impossibly, Lenin stood at the center of power. The decisions came fast then. Peace with Germany, land to the peasants, factories to the workers. Each one carried weight, each one a gamble. Had he pushed too hard, too fast? Some said so. The country was exhausted, ravaged by war, but Lenin believed revolution could not be slow, could not be gentle. It had to be decisive, or it would fail. And then the Civil War, the revolution's most fragile hours. Foreign armies invaded, white forces marched, famine spread. Lenin's government teetered on the edge of collapse. Here, too, he made choices that would echo for decades. The Red Terror, the brutal suppression of dissent, the centralization of power. Some say it was necessary, the only way to survive. Others say it corrupted the revolution from within, planting the seeds of future tyranny. What if he had shown mercy? What if he had trusted the people more, the state less? It is impossible to know, but in those cold, desperate years, Lenin chose survival, no matter the cost. Even as his health failed, his mind never stilled. The assassination attempt left him weakened, the bullet never removed, a constant ache in his neck, and yet he worked, writing, thinking, always thinking about the revolution's mistakes, about the dangers of bureaucracy, about Stalin's growing power. In his final days at Gorky, his voice barely a whisper, he warned of what was coming, but time had run out. Had he acted sooner? Had he written more clearly? Could he have stopped the rise of the man who would distort his legacy? Or was it already too late, the machine of the state too heavy to turn? The ripples of these choices spread far beyond his life. The world he helped create was not the one he had dreamed of. It was harder, colder, more brutal. And yet, in the quiet of history, one can still hear the echo of his voice, the steady rhythm of his thoughts. What if, at any of these turning points, he had chosen differently? The currents of history would have shifted, the tides turned another way. But he did not choose differently. And so the world changed. Perhaps in the end, there is comfort in this, the knowledge that even the greatest forces begin as small decisions, as quiet moments of resolve. The fall of empires, the birth of nations, the rise and fall of revolutions, all of it begins in the stillness of a single mind, thinking, choosing, moving forward. And as the night settles around you, as sleep draws near, you can almost feel the weight of those choices, soft as snowfall, heavy as history, carrying us all forward into the unknown. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Vladimir Lenin's life was woven through with relationships, some tender, some turbulent, all shaping the man who would change the course of history. His bonds with family, comrades, and lovers were not just background to his revolutionary work, but threads in the same fabric, each influencing the other in quiet and profound ways. From his earliest days, his family was his first world. His mother, Maria Alexandrovna, was a figure of quiet strength, a woman who carried the weight of loss with grace. Her husband's early death, the execution of her eldest son, Alexander, for plotting against the Tsar. It was she who instilled in Lenin a sense of discipline and endurance, writing him letters full of warmth, even when his radical activities forced him into exile. She never fully understood his politics, but she loved him without condition, a steady presence in a life of upheaval. His sisters, Anna and Maria, became his allies, sharing his revolutionary fervor, helping smuggle his writings, visiting him in prison. In those rare moments of stillness, when letters arrived from home, one can imagine him pausing, the revolutionary slipping away for just a moment, replaced by a son, a brother. Then there was Nadezhda Krupskaya, his wife and most steadfast companion. They met in a St. Petersburg Marxist circle, drawn together not by grand romance, but by shared purpose. Their love was not one of grand gestures, but of quiet devotion, translated pamphlets by lamplight, shared exile in Siberia, the rhythm of their days measured in revolutionary work. Krupskaya was more than a wife. She was his intellectual equal, his editor, his protector. When Lenin's health began to fail after the assassination attempt, it was she who organized his care, who read to him when his vision blurred, who ensured his words still reached the world even as his body weakened. In their later years, as the revolution hardened around them, their bond remained a private refuge. One can picture them in their small apartment, the chaos of state building outside their door, but inside, just two people who had chosen each other, again and again, through every storm. Yet no relationship was without its complexities. His friendship with Leon Trotsky was one of rivalry turned alliance. Two brilliant minds circling each other before joining forces in the revolution's most critical hours. At first, they clashed, Lenin wary of Trotsky's earlier criticisms, Trotsky skeptical of Lenin's methods. But necessity brought them together, and in the heat of 1917, they became an unstoppable pair. Lenin the strategist, Trotsky the orator. There was mutual respect there, even if it was edged with tension. And when Lenin lay dying, it was Trotsky he trusted to carry forward his vision, a trust that would go unfulfilled as Stalin's shadow lengthened. Then there was Inessa Armand, the woman who brought a rare lightness to Lenin's life. A fellow revolutionary, fiery, where Krupskaya was steady. She and Lenin shared a connection that blurred the lines between political partnership and personal affection. Their letters were charged with emotion, Lenin writing to her with a warmth he seldom showed others. Some historians call it love, others a deep and complicated friendship. What is certain is that she mattered to him, perhaps more than he ever admitted. When she died of cholera in 1920, Lenin was devastated, walking behind her coffin in a rare public display of grief. Krupskaya, ever perceptive, understood, and the two women's respect for one another speaks to the depth of Lenin's relationships, how they could be layered and difficult, yet no less meaningful for it. Even his adversaries shaped him. His long feud with Julius Martov, once a close friend, was a wound that never fully healed. They had been like brothers in their youth, dreaming of revolution together. But their paths diverged, Lenin demanding discipline, Martov clinging to idealism. The split was bitter, and though they shared the same goal, their methods drove them apart. Yet, in his final days, Lenin sometimes asked after Martov, a flicker of old camaraderie surfacing through the years of conflict. It is a reminder that even the fiercest of revolutionaries could still feel the pull of lost friendships. And then there was Stalin, the relationship that would haunt history. At first, Lenin saw in him a useful loyalist, a man who could get things done without hesitation. But as the revolution settled into governance, Lenin began to see the danger, the ruthlessness, the hunger for power. His warnings came too late, his health robbing him of the strength to intervene. In his last letters, he urged the party to remove Stalin, but the words went unheeded. One wonders if, in those quiet moments at Gorky, he regretted not acting sooner, if he saw the betrayal unfolding, but lacked the strength to stop it. Through all these connections, Lenin remained a man of contradictions, fierce yet capable of tenderness, uncompromising yet shaped by those who stood beside him. His relationships were his anchors and his battlegrounds, the places where theory met the messiness of human emotion. And though history remembers him as a revolutionary, it is in these personal moments that we see the fuller man, the son who grieved his brother, the husband who relied on his wife's quiet strength, the friend who could both cherish and clash with those closest to him. As the night deepens and sleep draws near, it is worth lingering on these quieter threads of his life. For even the most towering figures are made human by their bonds, by the love and conflict and loyalty that shape them just as surely as their grandest deeds. And perhaps there is comfort in that, knowing that history is not just shaped by ideas, but by the hearts that carry them. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Beneath the weight of revolution and the relentless demands of leadership, Vladimir Lenin led a life that, when the speeches were finished, the debates concluded, and the last papers signed, was filled with small, quiet moments that revealed a man far more complex than the stern figure of propaganda. His home, whether in exile or later in the Kremlin, was a place where the rigidity of politics softened into something warmer, something more ordinary. Nadezhda Krupskaya was at the center of this private world. Theirs was not a marriage of grand romance in the traditional sense, but a deep, steady companionship built on shared ideals and quiet devotion. She was his anchor, the one who ensured his meals were eaten. His health, frail as it often was tended to, and his chaotic work was organized. They spoke in gentle tones, often in the evenings, after the day's struggles had subsided. She would read to him when his eyes grew tired, her voice a soothing presence as he rested. In their letters during separations, there was an understated tenderness, small inquiries about her well-being, the weather, the books she was reading. They were partners in every sense, not just politically, but in the daily rhythms of life. Lenin had a soft spot for children, though he and Nadezhda never had any of their own. When visiting comrades brought their families, his stern expression would melt into something warmer, almost playful. He would patiently answer their questions, sometimes even indulging in small games, though he was never particularly skilled at them. In Gorky, during his final years, the children of the estate would sometimes visit, and he would listen to their chatter with quiet amusement, a rare lightness in his weary eyes. His daily habits were simple, almost monastic. He rose early, often before dawn, and began his day with black tea, strong and unsweetened. Work came first, always, but there were moments carved out for walks, usually in the late afternoon, when he would stroll through gardens or along quiet paths, lost in thought. These walks were his refuge, a time when the weight of leadership could be set aside, if only briefly. He moved at a measured pace, observing the world around him, the rustle of leaves, the way sunlight fell through branches, the distant sounds of everyday life. It was in these moments that he seemed most at peace, a man not of manifestos and decrees, but simply a man breathing in the world. Books were his constant companions. His study was lined with them. Volumes of philosophy, history, economics, but also literature, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov. He read voraciously, underlining passages, scribbling notes in the margins. Sometimes, to relax, he would turn to poetry, Pushkin being a particular favorite. The rhythm of verse seemed to soothe him, a contrast to the rigid structure of political texts. On rare evenings, when exhaustion did not claim him early, he would recite lines aloud, savoring the sound of the words. Music, too, held a quiet place in his life. He was not a musician himself, but he loved to listen, especially to Beethoven. The soaring notes of the Moonlight Sonata would fill the room, and for those few minutes, he would close his eyes, letting the music carry him away from the pressures of the day. It was one of the few indulgences he allowed himself, a small luxury in a life otherwise marked by austerity. Despite his reputation for severity, Lenin had a dry, understated sense of humor. He enjoyed witty wordplay, clever turns of phrase, and would sometimes tease his close comrades in a gentle, almost affectionate way. Even in the darkest times, during exile or the most desperate moments of the revolution, he could crack a joke, often so subtle that only those who knew him well would catch it. It was a way of releasing tension, of reminding himself and others that even in struggle, humanity remained. Food was never a great preoccupation for him. He ate to sustain himself, not for pleasure. Simple meals, often prepared by Nejda, black bread, herring, boiled potatoes. But he had one small weakness: honey. A spoonful stirred into his tea, a drizzle over plain porridge. It was a rare sweetness in a life of discipline. Friends and comrades, knowing this, would sometimes bring him jars as gifts, and he would accept them with a faint smile, as if acknowledging this tiny rebellion against his own asceticism. His friendships were few, but deep, beyond the political alliances. There were those he trusted completely, people like Inessa Armand, with whom he shared a bond that was intellectual, emotional, and perhaps, at times, something more. Their correspondence was warm, charged with a mutual respect that bordered on affection. When she died of cholera in 1920, he was devastated, walking behind her coffin in the rain, his face a mask of grief. It was one of the few times he allowed his emotions to surface so openly. In the countryside, especially in Gorky during his final years, he found a fragile kind of peace. The doctors urged rest, and though he chafed against inactivity, there was a part of him that seemed to soften in those quiet surroundings. He would sit on the porch, wrapped in a blanket, watching the slow turn of the seasons, the crunch of autumn leaves, the hush of winter snow, the first green shoots of spring. These small, natural rhythms offered a respite from the relentless march of history. Sometimes he would simply listen to the wind, as if trying to memorize the sound, even in his last days, as his body failed him. His mind remained sharp. He would dictate letters, argue politics in whispers, but also ask for music, for poetry, for Nejda's hand in his. The great revolutionary, the shaper of nations, was, in the end, just a man achingly human, full of contradictions, capable of both great hardness and unexpected tenderness. And so, as the night stretches on and sleep begins to settle over you, think of Lenin not as the icon, but as the man who loved honey in his tea, who walked slowly through gardens, who found solace in Beethoven's notes. Think of him as someone who, despite the weight of history on his shoulders, still sought small moments of beauty, of quiet, of connection. For it is in these details that we remember, no matter how vast a life may seem, it is still lived one ordinary moment at a time. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter in his younger years, when the fire of revolution was still a steady flame rather than a consuming blaze. Lenin's days followed a rhythm of careful discipline. He rose early, often before the sun had fully stretched its golden fingers across the sky, his body attuned to the quiet hush of morning. The world outside his window was still wrapped in shadows, the occasional call of a distant bird the only interruption in the silence. He would wash his face with cold water, the sharp sting of it chasing away the last remnants of sleep, then dress methodically, his clothing plain, unadorned, chosen for function rather than fashion. Breakfast was a simple affair. Black tea, strong and bitter, sometimes with a spoonful of honey stirred in to soften its edge. A slice of dark bread, perhaps a bit of cheese, or an egg if provisions allowed. He ate without hurry, his mind already turning over the day's tasks, the pages of books and pamphlets he had left half-read the night before. His workspace was a study in order, a sturdy wooden desk, its surface worn smooth by years of use, stacked with papers, notebooks, and the well-thumbed volumes of Marx and Engels. A single lamp cast a warm amber glow, illuminating the careful script of his notes, the underlinings and marginalia that marked his engagement with every text. The morning hours were reserved for writing. his pen moving steadily across the page, his thoughts distilled into precise, forceful prose. He worked without interruption, the only sound the scratch of ink on paper, the occasional rustle as he reached for a reference or adjusted his chair, even in exile when libraries were scarce and the threat of arrest loomed. He maintained this routine, carving out a space for study wherever he found himself, a borrowed room in London, a cramped apartment in Geneva, the quiet corner of a cafe where the hum of conversation provided a kind of anonymity. By midday, he would pause, stretching his stiff fingers, rolling the tension from his shoulders. Lunch was another modest meal, taken quickly, often while reading or discussing ideas with comrades. He had little patience for small talk, preferring conversations that cut straight to the heart of theory and strategy. But there were moments, too, of lightness, a dry joke, the shared pleasure of a well-turned phrase, the rare indulgence of a walk through a park, or along a riverbank, where the movement of water and wind offered a brief respite from the weight of thought. Afternoons were for correspondence, meetings, the meticulous planning that would later define his leadership. His letters were exacting, each word weighed for its impact, each sentence constructed with the precision of a chess move. Even in private notes, there was an economy to his language, a refusal to waste ink or time. Yet between the lines, in the occasional affectionate sign-off or the rare admission of weariness, there were glimpses of the man behind the revolutionary, someone who, despite his relentless drive, was not immune to fatigue or loneliness. Evenings brought a gradual winding down, though his mind seldom rested completely. Dinner, like all his meals, was uncomplicated: soup, bread, perhaps a piece of fish or meat if available. He had no taste for extravagance, no desire for the elaborate dishes that might distract from the work at hand. After eating, he might read for pleasure, though even then his choices were purposeful literature that sharpened his understanding of the world, poetry that stirred his sense of justice. Sometimes, if the hour was late and the house quiet, he would sit by a window, listening to the distant sounds of the city or the countryside, letting his thoughts drift in the way they rarely did during daylight. Sleep did not come easily to him. Even when his body was exhausted, his mind often raced ahead, turning over problems, drafting speeches in the dark. He learned to accept this restlessness, to work with it rather than against it, rising in the night to jot down an idea or reread a passage that refused to leave him. His bed was narrow, hardly more than a cot in some places, as if he had deliberately chosen discomfort to keep himself alert. But there were exceptions, nights when the sheer weight of fatigue pulled him under, when he slept deeply, dreamlessly, his face momentarily unguarded, stripped of its usual intensity. In his later years, as illness began to erode his strength, the routines softened. The early mornings were no longer filled with writing, but with the slow, measured movements of a body that could no longer keep pace with his will. Breakfast was still tea, though now it was often brought to him, the honey stirred in by careful hands. His workspace shrank from a desk to a bedside table, his reading limited to what his fading vision could manage. Yet even then, he dictated letters, his voice quiet but firm, his mind refusing to surrender to the creeping silence. And in the evenings, when the light grew thin and the air cool, he would sometimes be carried to the porch at Gorky, wrapped in blankets against the chill. There, with Nejda beside him, he would watch the slow fade of the sun, the way it painted the sky in soft strokes of pink and gold. The wind moved through the trees, a sound like distant whispering, and for a moment, the weight of history lifted. He was simply a man, sitting in the quiet, listening to the world breathe around him. These small rituals, the tea in the morning, the reading at night, the way he reached for a hand when words were no longer enough, were the quiet counterpoint to the grand sweep of his life. They remind us that even the most towering figures are, in the end, made of ordinary moments, of habits and routines that anchor them to the earth. And as you drift toward sleep, think of him not in the roar of revolution, but in the hush of evening, in the simple act of closing a book, of blowing out a lamp, of settling into the deep, forgiving dark. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Vladimir Lenin's philosophy was not shaped in a single moment, but in the quiet accumulation of thought, study, and lived experience, each idea settling like dust motes in sunlight, gradually forming patterns that would guide his life's work. From his early years, he was a reader, a thinker, someone who absorbed the world through the pages of books and the debates of radical circles. His mind was restless, always probing, questioning, dissecting the structures of society with the precision of a surgeon. Yet beneath the sharp intellect was a deep, unshakable belief in the possibility of a better world. One where exploitation and inequality could be dismantled, not through charity or slow reform, but through the collective will of the people. His thinking was rooted in Marxism, but he was no passive disciple. He took the theories of Marx and Engels and bent them to the realities of Russia, a vast, backward empire where peasants outnumbered workers, where autocracy crushed dissent with an iron fist. Lenin believed that revolution was not something that would arrive on its own, like the changing of seasons, but had to be fought for, organized, led. Theory was not abstract to him. It was a tool, a compass, something to be tested in the fires of action. Even as a young man, exiled to Siberia for his activism, he filled notebooks with his thoughts, his handwriting neat and deliberate, as if each word carried weight. He wrote letters to comrades, debating strategy, analyzing the failures of past uprisings, always refining his understanding. There was a patience to his impatience. He knew change would not come overnight, but he refused to accept that it could not come at all. In those long Siberian winters, when the snow muffled all sound and the world seemed frozen in place, he sharpened his ideas like a blade, preparing for the moment when history would demand them. As the years passed, his philosophy deepened, shaped by exile, by the failures of the 1905 revolution, by the slow, grinding machinery of war. He saw how easily movements could fracture, how idealism could dissolve into infighting. Discipline then became central to his thought, not blind obedience, but the discipline of a shared purpose, of individuals subordinating their desires to the greater cause. Better fewer, but better, he would say, valuing quality over quantity, coherence over chaos. He had little patience for those who spoke in grand abstractions, but shied away from the hard work of organization. Revolution, to him, was not a spontaneous eruption, but a carefully laid fuse. Yet, for all his focus on strategy, there was a moral core to his beliefs that never wavered. He despised exploitation in all its forms. The factory owner squeezing every drop of labor from his workers. The landlord extracting rent from starving peasants. The colonizer plundering distant lands. His anger at injustice was not academic. It was visceral, personal. He had seen too much suffering to accept the world as it was. To him, true freedom could only come when the masses held power, not as a gift from above, but as something seized and defended. Even in the tumult of 1917, when the Tsarist regime collapsed and the streets of Petrograd thrummed with possibility, Lenin's thinking remained anchored in principle. His famous April theses, scrawled in haste upon his return to Russia, were a direct challenge to the provisional government and even to some of his own comrades. No support for the war, no cooperation with the bourgeoisie, all power to the Soviets. It was a radical break, a refusal to settle for half measures. Some called it madness, but to Lenin, it was the only logical conclusion of decades of struggle. You must not fear the leap, he told them, his voice cutting through the doubt. In power, his philosophy faced its greatest test. The revolution had succeeded, but now came the harder task, building a new society from the ruins of the old. Here, too, his beliefs guided him. He insisted on education, on literacy campaigns to empower the masses. He pushed for electrification, not just as an economic project, but as a way to illuminate the darkness of backwardness. Communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country, he declared, blending the practical with the visionary. Yet he was not naive. He knew the revolution was fragile, surrounded by enemies. The brutality of the Civil War forced harsh choices, and though he never glorified violence, he accepted it as a necessity of survival. You cannot make a revolution in white gloves, he remarked wearily, a hint of sorrow in his words. As illness began to claim him in his final years, his thoughts turned increasingly to the future, to the dangers of bureaucracy, of complacency, of revolutionaries becoming rulers disconnected from the people. His last writings, dictated in fragments between bouts of pain, were warnings against the cult of personality, against the ossification of the party. He feared the revolution would be betrayed not by its enemies, but by its own failures of imagination. It is necessary to reduce our state apparatus to the utmost degree of economy, he urged, knowing that power, if left unchecked, could corrupt even the most noble ideals. And yet, amid the weight of history, there were moments when the man behind the ideas could still be glimpsed in his love of Beethoven's Appassionata, which he once said made him want to stroke people's heads, even as he knew he must beat them without mercy for the sake of the cause. In his fondness for long walks in the countryside, where he could momentarily set aside the burdens of leadership, in the quiet evenings with Nejda, where words were sometimes unnecessary, where the shared silence spoke of a bond deeper than politics. Lenin's philosophy was, in the end, a blend of iron will and deep humanity, a belief that theory must serve the people, that discipline must not crush individuality, that the fight for justice must never lose sight of the faces behind the struggle. As you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the architect of revolution, but as a man who believed fiercely and unshakably in the possibility of light after darkness. His ideas were not carved in stone, but lived, tested, sometimes revised, always in motion, like the slow turn of the earth toward dawn. And in that movement, in that quiet certainty that another world was possible, lies something peaceful, something to carry with you into the gentle embrace of dreams, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Vladimir Lenin's life was marked by a series of challenges, each shaping him in ways that would eventually define his path. From his earliest years, he encountered obstacles that tested his resolve, his intellect, and his unyielding belief in the possibility of change. Yet, with each setback, he adapted, learned, and pressed forward, sometimes with patience, sometimes with fury, but always with a clarity of purpose that carried him through the darkest of times. His first great trial came early, with the execution of his older brother, Alexander, in 1887. Alexander had been involved in a plot to assassinate Tsar Alexander III, and his hanging struck the young Lenin like a thunderbolt. The loss was profound, not only as a personal tragedy, but as a lesson in the futility of individual acts of terror. Where his brother had believed in the power of a single, dramatic blow against the monarchy, Lenin began to see revolution as something broader, more systematic, a movement of the masses rather than the daring few. It was in this period of grief and reflection that he first immersed himself in radical literature, poring over the works of Marx and Engels late into the night, his mind alight with new possibilities, but the path ahead was far from smooth. Expelled from Kazan University for participating in student protests, Lenin found himself exiled to his family's estate in Kokoshkino for a lesser man, this might have been the end of political aspirations, a quiet life of rural obscurity. Instead, he turned the isolation to his advantage, devouring books on economics, philosophy, and history, sharpening his understanding of the forces that shaped society. He learned to write with precision, to argue with relentless logic, and above all, to wait. Patience, he came to realize, was as much a revolutionary virtue as passion. Years later, when he was arrested for distributing illegal literature and sentenced to 3 years of Siberian exile, he faced another test of endurance. The journey eastward was long and grueling, the winters brutal, the isolation suffocating. Yet even here, in the frozen silence of the taiga, Lenin turned adversity into opportunity. He wrote, studied languages, corresponded with fellow revolutionaries, and even found time to hunt and skate on the icy rivers, small moments of respite in an otherwise harsh existence. It was during this time that he met Nadezhda Krupskaya, whose steadfast companionship would become one of the few constants in his turbulent life. Upon his release, the challenges only multiplied. The early years of the 20th century were a time of division and debate within the socialist movement. Many of Lenin's comrades favored a more gradual, reformist approach, working within the system rather than overthrowing it entirely. But Lenin, convinced that only a disciplined, centralized party could lead a successful revolution, clashed bitterly with his peers. The split within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party between his Bolsheviks and the more moderate Mensheviks left him isolated, even ridiculed, yet he refused to bend. In pamphlets and speeches, he argued tirelessly for his vision, undeterred by the scorn of those who dismissed him as a dogmatic extremist. Then came the crushing disappointment of the 1905 revolution. For a brief, electrifying moment, it seemed as though change was at hand. Workers' uprisings, mutinies in the military, strikes that paralyzed the country. Lenin rushed back to Russia, hopeful that this was the beginning of the end for Tsarism. But the movement faltered. The regime struck back with brutal force. And once again, Lenin found himself in exile, this time wandering through Europe, often penniless, always hunted. There were days when he and Krupskaya lived on bread and tea, moving from one cramped apartment to another, their belongings stuffed into a few battered suitcases. Yet even in these lean years, he never lost sight of the larger struggle. He edited newspapers, trained young revolutionaries, and laid the groundwork for what was to come. The outbreak of World War brought fresh despair. To Lenin's horror, many socialist parties in Europe abandoned their internationalist principles and supported their own governments in the war. It was, he believed, a betrayal of everything the movement stood for. From his exile in Switzerland, he watched in disgust as workers were sent to slaughter one another for the sake of empires they had no stake in. but rather than succumb to bitterness, he used the time to refine his ideas, writing some of his most influential works, including Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. He argued that the war was not an anomaly, but the inevitable result of a system built on exploitation, a system that could only be overturned by revolution. And then, at last, came 1917. The February Revolution toppled the Tsar, and suddenly the impossible seemed within reach. But even then, the road was fraught with peril. The provisional government, led by Kerensky, refused to end the war or redistribute land to the peasants. Lenin, returning to Russia in the famous sealed train, faced skepticism even from his own allies. His April theses, calling for all power to the Soviets and an immediate end to the war, were initially met with resistance. Some accused him of recklessness, of pushing too hard, too fast. But Lenin, sensing the moment was ripe, pressed on with unwavering determination. Even after the October Revolution succeeded, the trials did not cease. The Civil War tore the country apart, pitting the Bolsheviks against an array of enemies, foreign armies, white forces, anarchist uprisings, peasant rebellions. Famine and disease ravaged the land. The new government, barely clinging to power, was forced to make agonizing compromises. Grain requisitions that alienated the peasantry, crackdowns on dissent that contradicted earlier promises of freedom. Lenin, ever pragmatic, understood that survival sometimes meant bending principles. But he also knew the cost. The revolution, he warned, was in danger of becoming what it had sought to destroy. In his final years, as illness stole his strength, these contradictions weighed heavily on him. He saw the creeping bureaucracy, the arrogance of power, the very dangers he had spent a lifetime warning against. His last letters and articles were filled with urgency, a plea to renew the revolution before it hardened into dogma. Yet through it all, what remains most striking is not the setbacks themselves, but how he met them. With each defeat, he reassessed, adapted, and carried on. He learned that revolution was not a single act, but a process, that patience was as vital as action, that even the most carefully laid plans could be upended by the unpredictable tides of history. And perhaps most of all, he understood that no victory was permanent, that the struggle for justice required constant vigilance, constant renewal. As you drift toward sleep, let these struggles fade into the quiet rhythm of history. Think of them not as burdens, but as part of the long, slow turning towards something better. Just as the earth moves inexorably toward dawn, so too did Lenin believe in the possibility of light, no matter how deep the night. And in that belief, in that quiet perseverance, there is a kind of peace, a reminder that even the greatest challenges are but steps on a longer journey, one that continues softly, endlessly, into the world of dreams. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period, Few figures in history are as sharply defined by their public deeds as Vladimir Lenin, the revolutionary whose name became synonymous with upheaval and transformation. Yet beneath the stern portraits and the weight of history, there was a man of quiet habits, small pleasures, and unexpected contradictions. A man who loved the smell of freshly cut grass, who could lose himself in the simple joy of cycling through the countryside, who sometimes paused in the middle of furious political debates to scratch the ears of a passing cat. In the rare moments when the pressure of leadership eased, Lenin would retreat into the simple rhythms of nature. During his years in exile, long before the revolution, he developed a deep love for hiking. The Swiss Alps, with their crisp air and vast silences, became a refuge for him. He would walk for hours, sometimes alone, sometimes with his wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, both of them relishing the quiet crunch of snow underfoot. The way the sunlight scattered through pine branches, Krupskaya later recalled how he would stop mid-conversation to point out a bird's nest or a patch of wildflowers, his face softening in a way it rarely did in meetings or speeches. He was also an avid cyclist, a habit he picked up in Europe. In London, where he lived briefly, he would pedal through Hyde Park, weaving between horse-drawn carriages, the wind ruffling his hair. It was a small freedom, one he cherished. Even in the chaos of 1917, as revolution swept through Petrograd, he sometimes took his bicycle out at dawn, riding through the empty streets before the city awoke, the cobblestones glistening with dew. Those who knew him well said he looked almost boyish in those moments. His usual intensity dissolved into something lighter, more carefree. Lenin had a fondness for animals, especially cats. Throughout his life, strays seemed to find him, curling up in his lap as he worked or following him on his walks. In the Kremlin, after the revolution, a gray tabby took up residence in his office, much to the amusement and sometimes frustration of his staff. The cat had a habit of knocking over inkwells or settling on important documents, but Lenin never scolded it. He would simply lift the animal gently, set it aside, and return to his work with a faint smile. Once, during a particularly tense meeting, the cat leapt onto the table and stretched out across a map of the front lines. Instead of shooing it away, Lenin leaned back and laughed, a rare, unguarded sound that startled everyone in the room. Music, too, held a quiet power over him. Though he had no formal training, he loved to listen to piano sonatas, particularly Beethoven. In the evenings, when his mind was too restless for sleep, he would ask Krupskaya to play for him. The notes would drift through their small apartment, and he would sit with his eyes closed, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, lost in the rise and fall of the melody. Once, after hearing a particularly stirring piece, he murmured that revolution needed music as much as it needed manifestos, that beauty had its own kind of insurgency. There were other small contradictions, too. The man who spoke so fiercely about class struggle, was also fastidious about his personal belongings. His desk was always meticulously organized, his books arranged just so, his pens lined up in perfect order. He disliked mess, and even in the cramped quarters of exile, he insisted on a sense of tidiness. It was as if, in the midst of chaos, he needed these small islands of control. He had a peculiar sense of humor, dry and understated. During the darkest days of the Civil War, when food was scarce and the revolution hung by a thread, he would sometimes lighten the mood with deadpan jokes. The room burst into laughter, the tension broken, if only for a moment. And then there were his quieter struggles, the ones rarely spoken of. He suffered from crippling migraines, pains so severe they left him bedridden for days. In those moments, the great strategist was reduced to a man clutching his head in the dark, waiting for the agony to pass. Krupskaya would sit by his side, reading to him in a low voice, the words a lifeline. Later, when strokes began to erode his ability to speak, he fought not just against his failing body, but against the cruel irony of a revolutionary who could no longer command words. Yet even in decline, he found small consolations. He took pleasure in watching the birds outside his window, in the way the light changed through the seasons. He would ask for his favorite books to be read aloud, his fingers tracing the lines in the air as if he could still feel the text beneath them. And sometimes, when the pain eased, he would talk about the future, not in grand proclamations, but in quiet, hopeful fragments. A world where children didn't go hungry, where work was dignified, where people had time, not just to survive, but to sit in the sun and listen to music. These were the pieces of him that history often overlooks. The man who loved the sound of rain on the roof, who saved bits of bread for the birds, who once spent an entire afternoon teaching his niece how to skip stones across a lake. The revolutionary who, for all his ferocity, understood that life was made of small things as much as great ones. As sleep draws nearer, let these quieter moments drift across your mind. Think of him not as a statue or a symbol, but as a man who knew the weight of the world, and yet still found space for tenderness. A man who, in the end, was as much shaped by the rustle of leaves and the purr of a cat as he was by the roar of crowds and the clash of ideals. And in that thought, there is a gentle reminder that even the most towering figures are human, fragile, full of hidden softness. Let that softness carry you now, like a lullaby, into the quiet dark where all struggles fade and all contradictions gently unravel, like threads returning at last to the loom. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand the world that shaped Vladimir Lenin, one must first drift back to the late 19th century, a time of immense transformation, when the earth itself seemed to tremble beneath the weight of progress and upheaval. The air was thick with the smoke of factories, the clatter of steam engines, and the murmurs of discontent from those left behind by the relentless march of industry. It was an age of contradictions, of glittering wealth and crushing poverty, of grand empires stretching across continents, and the quiet, simmering anger of those who labored unseen beneath their shadow. Lenin was born in 1870 in the small provincial town of Simbirsk, nestled along the banks of the Volga River. The Russia of his childhood was a vast and sprawling land, ruled by the Romanov dynasty, where the Tsar's word was law, and the lives of peasants were bound by centuries of tradition. The countryside stretched endlessly, its fields golden in summer, frozen and silent in winter, dotted with villages where time moved slowly, as if reluctant to join the modern world. But change was coming, carried on the winds from distant cities, where railroads and telegraph wires were stitching the empire together, bringing new ideas, new hopes, and new demands. Across Europe, the Industrial Revolution had already reshaped lives, drawing millions from rural simplicity into the humming chaos of urban factories. Cities swelled, their streets crowded with workers who toiled for meager wages, their lungs filled with soot, their hands calloused from endless labor. The gap between rich and poor yawned ever wider, and with it grew a hunger for justice, for something different. Philosophers and thinkers, Marx, Engels, and others, had begun to question the very foundations of society, dreaming of a world where wealth was shared, where no man ruled over another by virtue of birth or privilege. These ideas spread like whispers through the night, passed from hand to hand in forbidden pamphlets, discussed in hushed tones in dimly lit rooms. Lenin's own family was touched by the currents of the time. His father, a school inspector, believed in education as a force for progress, while his elder brother, Alexander, was drawn to radical politics, his heart burning with the desire to change Russia's fate. When Alexander was executed for plotting against the Tsar, the shock rippled through Lenin's life like a stone cast into still water. It was a moment that would shape him, not with the harshness of bitterness alone, but with the quiet, unshakable resolve that another world was possible. By the time Lenin reached adulthood, the world was shifting beneath everyone's feet. The turn of the century brought with it a sense of inevitability. The old order could not hold. In Russia, the Tsar's grip was weakening, his government riddled with corruption, his people growing restless. Famine stalked the countryside, while in the cities, strikes and protests became more frequent, more daring. The air was electric with tension, like the quiet before a storm. Beyond Russia's borders, the great powers of Europe were locked in a delicate dance of alliances and rivalries, their empires stretching across continents, their factories churning out weapons at an ever-increasing pace. The world was becoming smaller, connected by steamships and telegraph lines, yet divided by greed and ambition. Wars were fought in distant lands, their echoes reaching even the quietest corners of the globe. And all the while, the voices of those who demanded change grew louder, more insistent. Lenin spent years in exile, wandering through Europe's great cities, London, Geneva, Zurich, places where revolutionaries gathered to debate and dream. In smoky cafes and cramped apartments, they mapped out the future, their words filled with fire and hope. But even in these moments of fervor, Lenin remained a man of quiet habits. He would sit for hours in libraries, his fingers tracing the lines of books, his mind absorbing every detail. He loved the stillness of early mornings, the way light slanted through windows, the simple pleasure of a well-brewed cup of tea. Then came the spark that set the world ablaze, the First World War. Empires clashed, millions perished in the mud of trenches, and the old certainties crumbled like dust. In Russia, the strain of war broke the fragile patience of the people. Bread grew scarce, winters grew harsher, and the whispers of revolution became a roar. In February 1917, the Tsar was overthrown, his reign ending not with a bang, but with a sigh of exhausted relief. But the story was far from over. The provisional government that took power could not quell the hunger of the masses, could not answer their demands for peace, for land, for bread. And so, in the crisp autumn of 1917, Lenin and his comrades made their move. The October Revolution was not the bloody upheaval of popular imagination, but a swift, almost quiet seizure of power, carried out in the dim hours of night while the world slept. The years that followed were anything but peaceful. Civil war tore Russia apart. Famine and disease stalked the land. And Lenin, now at the helm of a new and fragile state, bore the weight of a million hopes and fears. His health began to fail, his once sharp mind clouded by strokes, his body weary from years of struggle. And yet, even in those final days, there were moments of quiet, listening to the gramophone, stroking the fur of a favorite cat, watching snow fall outside his window. The world he left behind was forever changed. The revolution he helped ignite would ripple across the century, shaping nations, inspiring movements, leaving a legacy as complex as the man himself. But if we listen closely, beneath the weight of history, we might still hear the whisper of those simpler things, the rustle of pages turning, the soft hum of a tune, the quiet certainty that even the grandest revolutions are made, in the end, by ordinary people with ordinary hearts. And so, as sleep draws near, let the weight of history settle gently around you, like a blanket woven from the threads of time. Let the rise and fall of empires, the clamor of crowds, the dreams of revolutionaries, all fade into the soft hush of the night, for even the most turbulent eras must, at last, give way to stillness, to rest, to the quiet understanding that all things, great and small, find their place in the end. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. The influence of Vladimir Lenin stretched far beyond the political upheavals of his time, seeping into the very fabric of culture, society, and thought in ways that would ripple outward for generations. His ideas, his words, and the revolution he helped shape did not merely alter governments. They redefined how people imagined the world, how they saw themselves within it, and how they believed change could be made. Even now, long after the last echoes of his speeches faded, traces of his impact linger in the quiet corners of art, philosophy, and everyday life. Lenin's most immediate cultural legacy was the way he reshaped language itself. Words like comrade, once a simple term of fellowship, took on new weight under his vision, becoming a symbol of shared struggle and collective purpose. The very way people spoke about power, class, and revolution shifted, infused with the phrases he had sharpened in his writings. His pamphlets and speeches were not just political tools. They were a kind of poetry, a rhythm of argument that turned abstract theories into something tangible, something that could be felt in the bones of those who listened. Workers, intellectuals, and even those who opposed him found themselves thinking in terms he had set down, whether they realized it or not. Art, too, bent under the weight of his influence. In the early years of the Soviet Union, a wave of avant-garde creativity surged forward, fueled by the belief that culture itself could be revolutionized. Artists like Vladimir Mayakovsky wrote verses that pulsed with the energy of the new era, while filmmakers like Sergei Eisenstein crafted images that made revolution feel like an unstoppable force of nature. Lenin himself had a complicated relationship with these movements, sometimes supportive, sometimes wary, but his presence loomed over them all. The very idea that art should serve the people, that it should be a weapon in the struggle for a better world, was a reflection of his broader vision. Even in quieter forms, like the posters that papered city walls or the songs sung in collective farms, his shadow lingered, a reminder that culture was never truly separate from politics. Yet Lenin's impact was not confined to those who admired him. Across the world, his name became a symbol, a shorthand for everything inspiring or terrifying about radical change. In some places, he was a beacon. Workers in distant countries whispered his name like a promise, while young intellectuals pored over his texts late into the night, searching for answers. In others, he was a specter, invoked by those in power to justify crackdowns, a warning of what might happen if order was not maintained. The mere fact that a single man could provoke such extremes of devotion and fear spoke to the depth of his imprint on the century. Public perception of him shifted with time, as all such perceptions do. In the early days of the revolution, he was often portrayed as almost superhuman, a figure of unshakable will, a mind that could pierce through the fog of history. Later, as the Soviet Union hardened into bureaucracy, his image was polished into something more distant, more monumental. a face on banners and statues, rather than a living, breathing man. And then, as decades passed and the world changed again, new generations began to see him differently, not as a hero or a villain, but as a complex figure, a man who had set forces in motion that even he could not fully control. In quieter ways, too, his influence persisted. The very idea that society could be remade from its foundations, that injustice was not inevitable, but something to be fought, took root in places far from Moscow. Movements for independence, for workers' rights, for equality, all drew strength from the example he had set, even when they diverged from his specific teachings. The notion that the powerless could rise, that history was not fixed, but something that could be seized and shaped, this was perhaps his most enduring gift to the world. And then there were the small things, the traces of his presence that slipped into everyday life without fanfare. The way certain phrases entered common speech, the way a generation of children grew up reciting his words in school, the way a particular shade of red would forever carry the weight of revolution. These were not grand monuments or sweeping decrees, but quiet, persistent reminders that the past never truly disappears. It simply settles into the background, like dust on old books, waiting to be noticed again. Now, as the years stretch on and the world moves forward, Lenin's legacy is no longer a living force, but a part of history, one thread in the vast tapestry of human struggle and hope. His name is invoked less often, his writings read by fewer people, his image no longer looming so large over the imagination. And yet, in the quiet moments, when someone pauses to consider how deeply ideas can shape the world, or when an old song from the revolutionary years drifts through the air, there is still something there, an echo, a whisper, a reminder that even the most distant figures can leave footprints that never fully fade. So let these thoughts settle softly, like snow outside a window, as the night deepens and the mind grows calm. The revolutions of the past, the great debates and battles, the towering figures who once seemed to hold the world in their hands, all of them in time become stories, memories, fragments of a larger picture. And in that softening, in that gentle release, there is a kind of peace, a knowing that even the most turbulent lives must, eventually, find their rest. Sleep comes now, slow and certain, wrapping around you like the quiet after a storm. The echoes of history fade, the weight of legacy lifts, and all that remains is the soft, steady rhythm of breath, carrying you deeper into the stillness. The world outside keeps turning, as it always has and always will. But here, in this moment, there is only silence and rest, and the gentle understanding that even the grandest stories must, at last, come to an end. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. In the quiet hush of night, when the mind drifts toward rest, let us wander back through the currents of time to uncover small, forgotten moments from the life of Vladimir Lenin, glimpses of the man behind the revolution, the thinker beneath the icon. These stories, like whispers from an old book, reveal not the stern figure of statues and posters, but a person of habits, quirks, and unexpected tenderness, moving through the world like anyone else, even as history gathered itself around him. One such moment unfolds in the stillness of a Swiss library, where Lenin, then in exile, spent long hours bent over books, scribbling notes in his precise, compact handwriting. He was a man who adored routine, who found comfort in the rhythm of work. Each morning, he would arrive at the library exactly at opening time, his footsteps echoing in the nearly empty halls, and take his usual seat by the window, where the light was best. The librarians grew so accustomed to his presence that they would set aside his favorite books in advance, knowing he would ask for them. There was something almost meditative in his dedication, a quiet persistence that would one day reshape nations. But even revolutionaries have their small indulgences. Lenin, for all his discipline, had a particular fondness for long walks in the mountains. In the years before the storm of 1917, he and his wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, would often escape the confines of their cramped apartments and take to the alpine trails, breathing in the crisp air, letting the vastness of the landscape soften the weight of their political struggles. Krupskaya later recalled how Lenin, usually so focused and intense, would sometimes stop mid-conversation to admire a wildflower or watch the play of sunlight on the rocks. In those moments, he was simply a man enchanted by the world's quiet beauty. Then there was chess. Lenin loved the game with a passion that bordered on obsession. He played whenever he could, whether against fellow exiles in smoky cafes or against himself when no opponent was available. The game's strategic depth fascinated him, and he approached each move with the same meticulous calculation he brought to politics. Once, during a particularly tense match in Paris, he became so engrossed that he failed to notice the cafe closing around him, the chairs being stacked, the lights dimmed, until the owner finally had to gently tap him on the shoulder and ask him to leave. Even then, he insisted on finishing the game the next day. His love of nature extended beyond mountains. During his exile in Siberia, a punishment for his radical activities, Lenin found unexpected solace in the wilderness, far from the bustling cities where revolutionary ideas crackled like electricity. He spent his days hunting, fishing, and studying the local wildlife. He wrote letters filled with detailed descriptions of the birds he saw, the way the ice formed on the river, the scent of pine in the winter air. It was a side of him few would associate with the fiery orator who later commanded the Bolshevik movement. And then there were the cats. Lenin, like so many who carry great burdens, had a soft spot for animals. Throughout his life, he was often followed by stray cats, as if they sensed his quiet affection. In the Kremlin after the revolution, He adopted a gray tabby who would curl up in his lap while he worked, purring softly as he drafted speeches or pored over reports. His colleagues sometimes teased him for it, but he didn't mind. In a life filled with upheaval, the simplicity of a cat's companionship was a small, steady joy. Food, too, held its own stories. Lenin was not a man of extravagant tastes. His meals were usually simple, utilitarian even. But he had one weakness: honey. During his years in London, he would make special trips to a small shop near the British Museum just to buy a jar of thick, golden honey, which he would spread on black bread with almost childlike delight. Krupskaya laughed about it in her memoirs, how this fierce revolutionary could be momentarily disarmed by something so sweet. Even in the whirlwind of 1917, when the fate of Russia hung in the balance, these small human touches remained. On the night of the October Revolution, as the Bolsheviks made their move, Lenin, disguised in a wig and worker's cap, paused for a moment outside the Smolny Institute, staring up at the sky. A comrade asked if he was worried about the coming battle. Lenin shook his head. "No," he said quietly, and then there was music. It was a rare admission of art's power to soften even the most resolute heart. In his final years, as illness took its toll, Lenin's world grew smaller. He retreated to a dacha outside Moscow, where he would sit for hours in the garden, watching the trees sway in the wind. His once boundless energy had faded, but his curiosity had not. He asked for books to be read to him, for news of the country he had helped create, and sometimes, in moments of clarity, he would speak of the future with a quiet hope, as if already seeing it from a great distance. And so these fragments drift through time: the scholar in the library, the hiker in the Alps, the chess player in the cafe, the man who loved cats and honey and Beethoven. They remind us that even the most monumental lives are woven from ordinary threads, that behind every great figure are countless quiet moments, now lost to memory, but no less real for their fading. As sleep draws nearer, let these stories settle like dust motes in a sunbeam, flickering briefly before vanishing into the past. The revolutionaries, the thinkers, the leaders, they too knew the weight of weariness, the comfort of small pleasures, the hush of night falling, and in that shared humanity, there is a gentle solace, a reminder that history, for all its grandeur, is made of people, no different from you or me, who once walked through their days just as we do now, step by step, breath by breath, until at last they too closed their eyes and rested. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In those quiet, final years at the dacha, as the seasons turned outside his window, Lenin's thoughts often drifted between memory and reflection. The man who had once commanded the storm of revolution now found himself in the eye of it, watching from a distance, as the world he had shaped continued to move without him. His hands, once busy with pamphlets and speeches, now lay still, resting on the arms of his chair as he listened to the rustle of leaves or the distant murmur of voices in the house. His sister Maria would read to him newspapers, political tracts, sometimes poetry. And though his body had grown frail, his mind remained sharp, turning over ideas with the same intensity as before, even if he could no longer put them to paper himself. His final works, dictated in fragments between periods of exhaustion, were like whispers of a future he would not live to see. Letters to comrades, notes on the dangers of bureaucracy, warnings about the direction the party was taking. They were small, urgent messages cast into the current of time. Some were heeded, others forgotten or set aside, but all carried the weight of a man who knew his influence was waning, yet still cared deeply for the cause he had devoted his life to. One of his last concerns was the growing power of Stalin, a figure he had once trusted, but now viewed with unease. In private, he spoke of the need for collective leadership, for checks against the concentration of power in any one person's hands. These thoughts, scribbled down in what became known as his testament, were his final attempt to guide the revolution from the sidelines. A quiet plea for caution in a world rushing forward without him. Outside the walls of the dacha, the country he had helped build was still finding its footing. The revolution had triumphed, but the work of shaping a new society was far from over. Factories hummed, schools opened, and debates raged about what socialism should look like in practice. Some saw Lenin's ideas as a blueprint, others as a starting point for their own interpretations. His writings, once circulated in secret, were now printed in mass editions, studied in classrooms, quoted in speeches. The man who had spent years in exile, writing under pseudonyms to evade the Tsarist police, had become a symbol, his image reproduced on posters, his words recited like scripture. It was a strange fate for someone who had always been more comfortable in the realm of theory than the glare of adoration. Yet, even as his legacy grew larger in the public imagination, the private man remained a thinker, a reader, someone who missed the simple pleasures of walking in the woods or losing himself in a book. In his quieter moments, he would ask to be wheeled into the garden, where he could feel the sun on his face and listen to the birds. Sometimes he spoke of his childhood, of the Volga River winding through Simbirsk, of his father's quiet dedication as a school inspector, of his mother's kindness. These memories, soft and distant, were a comfort in a life that had been so intensely public. They reminded him, perhaps, of the person he had been before history had called him to something greater. When the end came, it was not with drama, but with the slow fading of a candle. On a winter evening in 1924, as snow settled over the dacha and the world outside continued its endless turning, Lenin closed his eyes for the last time. The news spread quickly, carried by telegraph and word of mouth across a country that had grown accustomed to his presence, even in absence. Mourners gathered in the cold, their breath visible in the air as they waited to see his body. Now lying in state in Moscow, the grief was palpable, not just for the man, but for the idea of what he represented, the hope of a new world, the promise of change. In the years that followed, his legacy took on a life of its own. The Soviet Union, still young and unsteady, enshrined him as its founding father. His writings became the foundation of Marxist-Leninist theory, taught in schools and debated in halls of power. Cities and streets were renamed in his honor. Statues erected in squares where crowds had once gathered to hear him speak. But just as he had feared, the revolution's path was not a straight line. The ideals he had championed, workers' control, international solidarity, the withering away of the state, were often bent or broken under the weight of pragmatism and power. The man who had believed so fiercely in the power of the people could not have foreseen all the ways his vision would be reshaped by those who came after. And yet, beyond the politics, beyond the debates about his place in history, there remained something quieter, something more human. The scholar who had filled notebooks with observations on philosophy and economics. The exile who had found solace in chess games and long walks. The leader who, in his final days, still asked for news of the factories and farms, still wondered if the world he had helped create would be kinder than the one he had known. In the end, perhaps that is the most enduring part of his story, not the speeches or the revolutions, but the quiet moments in between. The man who loved the sound of rain on the roof, who smiled at the antics of a cat curled in his lap, who hummed along to Beethoven when he thought no one was listening. These small, ordinary things remind us that even the most towering figures are, at heart, just people flawed, hopeful, trying their best in a world that is always changing around them. And so as the years pass and the debates continue, as statues rise and fall and history rewrites itself again and again, there is something comforting in remembering that Lenin, too, was once a child watching the Volga flow by, a student lost in thought in a library, a tired man sitting in a garden, listening to the wind. The revolutions he sparked would ripple across decades. But his own life, like all lives, was made up of fleeting moments, some grand, most ordinary, each one as real, and as fragile as the last breath before sleep. Now, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let these thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving river. The past is full of such moments, quiet and unremarkable, yet carrying within them the weight of all that was and all that might have been. And in that quiet, there is a kind of peace, a reminder that even the most restless minds must, in the end, find rest. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Lenin's legacy is like a river that never quite runs dry, sometimes rushing, sometimes trickling, but always present in the currents of history. Long after his death, The ideas he championed continued to ripple outward, shaping movements, inspiring revolutions, and sparking debates that would echo through the decades. His name became a symbol, a shorthand for radical change, for the belief that the world could be remade. But like all great figures, his influence was never simple, never static. It was reinterpreted, challenged, softened, or hardened by those who came after him. Each generation finding in his words something different, something that spoke to their own moment in time. In the early years after his death, Lenin's vision was enshrined, his writings treated almost as sacred texts by the Soviet state. Statues rose in his honor, cities bore his name, and his body, carefully preserved, became a site of pilgrimage. Yet even as the official narrative sought to fix his legacy in stone, others, both within and beyond the Soviet Union, began to reshape his ideas, bending them to new purposes. Some saw in Lenin a revolutionary purity, a model of uncompromising struggle against oppression. Others, particularly in the colonized world, found in his critiques of imperialism a blueprint for their own fights for independence. Ho Chi Minh, for instance, drew deeply from Lenin's writings on national liberation, weaving them into Vietnam's long battle against foreign domination. Across Africa, Latin America, and Asia, socialist and communist movements invoked Lenin's name, not as a distant icon, but as a guide for their own struggles. But history is never a straight line, and as the 20th century unfolded, the meaning of Lenin's legacy grew more complicated. The Soviet Union, built in his name, became something he might not have recognized, a vast bureaucracy, rigid and at times oppressive. Critics, even among those who once admired him, began to question whether the revolution had strayed from its original ideals. Some, like the dissident Marxist Rosa Luxemburg, had warned even in Lenin's lifetime of the dangers of centralized power, fearing that the revolution might consume itself by the time the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Lenin's image had fractured. To some, he remained a hero; to others, a cautionary tale. Yet, even as the Soviet experiment faded, Lenin's ideas refused to disappear entirely. In the quiet corners of academia, in the meetings of leftist study groups, in the manifestos of new political movements, his writings found fresh audiences. The financial crises of the early 21st century, with their stark inequalities and crumbling social safety nets, led many to revisit his critiques of capitalism. Young activists, disillusioned with the failures of neoliberalism, turned to his analysis of class struggle, not as dogma, but as a lens to understand their own world. In places like Greece and Spain, where austerity measures sparked waves of protest, leftist parties like Syriza and Podemos drew, however indirectly, from the same well of thought that Lenin had once tapped. And then there were the artists, the writers, the filmmakers who found in Lenin not just a political figure, but a myth, a symbol ripe for reinterpretation. Some portrayed him as a tragic figure, a man whose revolution was betrayed. Others saw him as a kind of ghost, haunting the present, a reminder of paths not taken. In the novels of Victor Serge, in the films of Sergei Eisenstein, even in the graffiti of modern street artists, Lenin's image was endlessly remade, stripped of its official veneer, and returned to the realm of human complexity, perhaps the most enduring part of his legacy, though, is not in the grand theories or the sweeping historical changes, but in the small, persistent belief that another world is possible, that beneath the surface of things, beneath the weight of tradition and power, there remains the faint but unkillable hope for something better. This is the thread that connects the Bolsheviks in 1917 to the Zapatistas in Chiapas, to the landless workers' movements in Brazil, to the young organizers in today's cities, dreaming of a fairer future. They may not quote Lenin directly, may not even think of him at all, but somewhere in the genealogy of their ideas, his shadow lingers. And so, as the night stretches on and the world outside grows quieter, it's worth remembering that legacies are not fixed things. They breathe, they shift, they take on new meanings in new hands. Lenin's name may fade from banners and textbooks, but the questions he posed about power, about justice, about who gets to decide the shape of society, those questions remain. They are asked in different ways, by different voices, in different languages, but they are the same essential human inquiries. In the end, perhaps that is the quietest, most enduring part of his story, not the grand speeches or the violent upheavals, but the simple, stubborn insistence that people deserve more than what they are given. That thought, more than any statue or manifesto, is what continues to drift through time, settling softly in the minds of those who still believe in change. And as the night deepens, as the weight of history feels just a little lighter, there is something almost peaceful in that continuity, the knowledge that ideas, like rivers, never truly end. They only bend and flow onward, wrapped in the comfort of these words. We'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Vladimir Lenin, like so many historical figures who have left deep marks on the world, has been smoothed and simplified over time, worn down by the currents of politics and popular memory. Some see him as an unyielding revolutionary, a man of iron, who single-handedly bent history to his vision. Others dismiss him as a ruthless dictator, the architect of a system that would later harden into something far removed from his original ideals. Both extremes, like most absolutes, fail to capture the quiet complexities, the contradictions, and the very human dimensions of his life and work. One of the most persistent myths is that Lenin was always a singular, unchanging force, a man who emerged fully formed with his revolutionary convictions intact. But like anyone, he was shaped by his time, by his losses, by the slow accumulation of thought and experience. His early years were marked by personal tragedy. The execution of his brother for plotting against the Tsar left a deep wound, one that may have sharpened his resolve, but also introduced a note of sorrow into his life. The young Lenin was not yet the hardened strategist of later years. He was a student, a thinker, someone who wrestled with ideas as much as with power. Another common simplification is the idea that the Russian Revolution was inevitable, that Lenin simply stepped onto a stage already set for his arrival. History rarely unfolds so neatly. The revolution was a fragile, uncertain thing, a moment when the old order crumbled, but the new one had not yet taken shape. Lenin's role was not as a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows, but as someone who recognized an opening, a fleeting chance to act. He was often unsure, adjusting his tactics as circumstances shifted, sometimes hesitating before committing to a course of action. The revolution was not a single event, but a series of small decisions, moments of courage and fear, triumphs and mistakes, all of which are lost when we reduce it to a simple story of victory or tyranny. Then there is the myth of Lenin as the sole architect of the Soviet state. The reality was far more collaborative, shaped by debates, disagreements, and the contributions of countless others whose names have faded from memory. Figures like Leon Trotsky, Alexandra Kollontai, and even those who later opposed him played crucial roles in shaping the revolution's direction. Lenin's leadership was important, but it was not solitary. He argued, he compromised, he listened, even if, in the end, his will often prevailed. This nuance is often lost in portrayals that cast him as either a hero or a villain, rather than a man navigating the turbulent waters of a society in upheaval. Perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of Lenin's legacy is the relationship between his ideas and the Soviet Union that followed. Many assume that the repressive policies of Stalin were the natural, inevitable outcome of Lenin's vision, but history is not so linear. Lenin himself warned against the dangers of bureaucracy, of power becoming concentrated in the hands of a few. His last writings expressed deep concern about the direction the revolution was taking, though illness and exhaustion prevented him from acting on those fears. The system that emerged after his death was not the one he had imagined, but neither was it entirely separate from the choices made in those early, uncertain years. The truth lies somewhere in between, in the quiet space where intentions collide with reality. Even the image of Lenin as a cold, calculating strategist is not quite right. He was capable of warmth, of humor, of moments of unexpected tenderness. His relationship with his wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, was one of deep partnership, shaped by shared ideals and quiet devotion. He loved nature, often retreating to the countryside to walk and think. These small, human details are often erased in favor of the grand narrative. the myth of the revolutionary as something more than a man. And then there is the question of violence, the shadow that lingers over his legacy. The revolution was not bloodless, and Lenin did not shy away from harsh measures when he believed them necessary. But the idea that he reveled in cruelty is another oversimplification. He saw violence as a tragic necessity, a means to an end in a world where the old order had shown little hesitation in crushing dissent. That does not excuse the suffering that followed, but it does complicate the easy judgment of later generations. History is rarely kind to those who wield power in turbulent times, and Lenin's story is no exception. What remains, when we peel away the myths, is something more fragile, more human, a man who believed deeply in the possibility of a better world, who risked everything for that belief, and who struggled, like all of us, with the weight of his choices. His legacy is not a fixed thing, not a monument to be worshipped or a villain to be condemned, but a question, one that lingers in the quiet hours of the night, when the world feels heavy and change seems impossible. And so, as the night deepens and the mind begins to drift, it is worth letting go of the easy stories, the black and white judgments. History is made of finer threads, of moments of doubt and flashes of clarity, of decisions made in uncertainty and actions taken with imperfect knowledge. Lenin's story, like all great stories, is not one of simple heroes or villains, but of a man who lived in a time of upheaval, who dreamed of something more, and who left behind a legacy that still stirs debate, still inspires, still troubles. In the quiet of the night, when the weight of the past feels softer, there is room to consider these complexities without urgency, without the need to simplify. The myths may persist, but beneath them, the human story remains full of contradictions, full of life, and perhaps that is the most enduring truth of all, that no life, no matter how grand or infamous, can ever be reduced to a single story. The rest is silence and the gentle flow of time, carrying all things forward. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As the night stretches on, soft and still, we come at last to the final notes of Lenin's story, though, like all great lives, his does not truly end, but lingers in the echoes of history, in the debates that still hum in quiet corners of the world. He was a man of relentless energy, of fierce intellect, of deep conviction, yet also one who knew the weight of exhaustion, the ache of illness, the quiet doubts that visit even the most resolute minds. His life was not a straight path, but a winding journey through exile and return, through triumph and turmoil, through moments of clarity and stretches of uncertainty. To understand, Lenin is to step into a world on fire, a time when empires crumbled, and the very idea of society seemed up for reinvention. He dreamed of a world free from exploitation, where workers would no longer be crushed beneath the wheels of industry, where peasants would no longer starve while landowners feasted. It was a vision bold and sweeping, one that ignited the hopes of millions. And yet, like all grand visions, it was also one that collided with the stubborn realities of human nature, of power, of history's relentless currents. The revolution he helped shape was not a single moment, but a cascade of events, each decision rippling outward in ways no one could fully predict. There were victories that seemed miraculous, the fall of the Tsar, the rise of a new order, and there were costs, heavy and haunting. The civil war that followed was brutal, a time of hunger and violence, where ideals were tested and often bent. Lenin, ever the pragmatist, made choices that still stir unease: the suppression of dissent, the centralization of power, the compromises that left some wondering whether the revolution had lost its way. And yet, even in these difficult moments, he remained a believer, convinced that the end, a fairer, freer world, justified the harshness of the means. Then came the slow, quiet unraveling of his health, the strokes that stole his voice, his strength, his ability to lead. In those final years, confined and fading, he watched as the movement he had built began to shift, to harden, to become something he may not have fully recognized. His last writings were filled with warnings, with worries about the dangers of bureaucracy, about the risks of a revolution losing its soul. But time, as it always does, moved on without him. Today, Lenin's legacy is a mosaic of contradictions. To some, he is a hero, the architect of the first socialist state, a man who dared to challenge the might of empires. To others, he is a tyrant, the harbinger of repression, the first brick in a system that would later calcify into something far removed from his original vision. And then there are those who see him as neither saint nor demon, but as a man of his time, brilliant, flawed, radical, pragmatic, a thinker who reshaped the world, but could not control the direction of the winds he helped unleash. His body, preserved in its glass tomb, is a strange monument to this ambiguity, a figure frozen in time, literally and figuratively, while the world around him has transformed beyond recognition. The Soviet Union he helped create is gone, and the ideologies he championed have evolved, fractured, been reinterpreted in 1,000 different ways. Yet his ideas still linger, not as dogma, but as questions. What does a just society look like? Who holds power and who should? Can revolution ever escape its own contradictions? The night invites us to sit with these questions gently, without the need for swift answers. History is not a courtroom, and its figures are not simply defendants to be judged. They are human beings, shaped by their moments, acting with the knowledge they had, leaving behind marks that time softens, but never fully erases. Lenin's life reminds us that even the most towering figures are, in the end, mortal, prone to error, to weariness, to the same fragile hopes and fears as anyone else. And so, as the hour grows later and the mind begins to loosen its grip on the day's thoughts. We can let Lenin's story settle like dust in moonlight, not as a lesson to be mastered, but as a quiet presence, a reminder that the past is never truly past, that its voices still murmur in the present. The world he sought to change is still changing, still wrestling with the same fundamental struggles: power and justice, freedom and order, the individual and the collective. Perhaps, in the end, the most fitting tribute is not blind admiration or reflexive condemnation, but simple recognition of the complexity of his life, of the enormity of his ambitions, of the shadows that trailed even his brightest moments. To study Lenin is to study the human capacity for both vision and blindness, for idealism and compromise, for the courage to imagine a new world, and the tragedy of never fully seeing it realized. Now, as sleep begins to pull at the edges of consciousness, let these thoughts drift like embers in the dark, glowing softly before fading into dreams. The night does not demand resolution, only rest. The questions can wait. The debates will continue, as they always have, as they always will. But for now, there is only the quiet, the steady breath, the slow surrender to stillness. May your sleep be deep, your dreams untroubled, and may you wake to a morning where the weight of history feels just a little lighter, just a little easier to carry. The story goes on, but for now, let it pause. Let the silence hold you. The rest, as they say, is for another day.